The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of Going Hard Kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going Hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cars. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty Mama got the look and the structure intact. Elrod bring the heat, Yellow Bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt, with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts, taking no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find them in Tornadoes pedigree. Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O. our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec is 6. Yes. Tom, Dick, Todd, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time. Time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low type, apex pressure built for the chase. Gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade. Third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah, I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid.
It's Mo and Mike in the house.
Going hard with the legends. Paying homage, you know. Yo, Twins Mo and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. LeMayday, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L-Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Made a bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. APT, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore hitter, Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Made a bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Ben, Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, captain. We make it happen, that's the play.
So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins Mo and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Made a buck Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman Boom, Schoolboy, aka the. There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Rob, 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 rob.
Better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Most wanted kennels in the spotlight, danger alert, come with the name. Super Kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work Kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, this that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah, the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same grind, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legend of doom behind set tone. Locked tight, locked in, carved in stone. Church boy
boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal game bill, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down, ram in the dark. DSK and Mad Ohio dog, pound by hard when they hit. Praise to the men who rock this shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they live it. Fat boy the legend, Lil Buster, real strong, Southern bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary and lit as shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends. Everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Call this some legendary pit bullshit. Pit bullshit. Pit bullshit. Pit bullshit. Pit bullshit. Pit bullshit.
What up? What up? What's it? Y'all know what time it is. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. Hey, y'all know what time it is. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget that hit that like button if you haven't already subscribed. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Hey, look, check this out, fellas. Check this out. You know, I usually start off trying to just jump right into giving my shout outs and everything. But you know what, man? First thing I just want to do before I get started is this. Man, salute the fucking workers, man. You know, I think we done spent the last month trying to lead up to something that's almost like giving away, you know, everything that you could give to this game to make it more of an experience for our time, to where you could utilize everything that we're doing, because the dogs don't care what you do, what your purpose is. If they're the right dog, they're gonna perform regardless. You know, it's trying to understand the dogs, fellas. We only speak of our past, okay? So we're not sitting here trying to be fortune tellers and sit here and predict what the future's supposed to look like for these damn dogs. So don't get us, you know, mixed up like we're trying to encourage or do anything. All we're trying to do is concentrate on the ability of the American Pit Bull Terrier. Okay? We all know how it started. If you don't know how it started, then guess what? We have enough videos out here with enough people who pretty much videos out here to explain how all this started. Okay? The American Pit Bull Terrier is who he is. But time has given us and shown us that they can be so much more. Understanding what the future looks like is based on always going to be the purpose. Now, in order to even take on such a task, as we have said from day one, your heart got to be into it. You got to really determine and decide what your purpose is and go all in. All in. It has been at no point since I think we have sat here and started these videos that we was ever telling y'all how to shortcut doing things, how to, you know, scheme shit out of people. No, because most of the time we're telling you about our experience based on the people and the history of these people, where you have a pretty good understanding that these are experiences that you're getting firsthand dealing with the people, not reading it in a book, but actually let these people speak for themselves. You've heard some of these interviews. You hear the people that we talk about in these songs. We try to show you why we talk about these people. But in the long run, the goal is trying to do and take advantage of all that information and show y'all how we actually use that information and we're able to do the things that we done. Because we telling y'all the blueprint was given to us. Generally, when somebody hand you a blueprint, it's already strategically done. It's pretty much all supposed to be all mapped the fuck out. You don't take the blueprint and start building something, and then all of a sudden, for some odd reason, you decide to change this one little thing, and that one little thing can change the whole outlook of the whole project. That's why I felt it was necessary after our last show. You know, we got a lot of good feedback on that last show because a lot of people, you know, kind of got the picture. You know, everybody had a plan. You know, basically everybody knew what they were trying to do. And over the years, it showed that based on what they were doing and how it was continued to be done, that's why certain names just kept always popping up in different dogs. I mean, years of these names just popping up in different dogs. And he was taking you on a ride and he kept reminding you, well, remember how we started the show, where I started from. Now, I'm way up here and I can still go back and show you. Guess what?
Line will continue to produce rain and
y'all seen this here before. That part right there was almost like a roadmap to look, fellas. It's commonly, you know, done. A lot of people might have did it different ways, but they all had a certain way of doing it, and it was actually strategically actually being done. I see people do it with bullies. You know, they'll take this bully and it'll be just certain merle or whatever they call that shit, you know, different colors, and then it's got that one unique look, and they ride on that look to where they try to mass produce that look to feed the constant demand of wanting to have something off that dog that look like or comes off that dog. People spend big money for them dogs like that, man. Big money. Establishing a bloodline or creating a strain. The overarching process of developing a distinct family of dogs under the name is called establishing a bloodline or building a strain. In the American Pit Bull community, a true bloodline isn't just putting a name on paper. It means selective breeding, typically through strategic line breeding or inbreeding over multiple generations so that the dogs consistently breed true for specific, predictable. Let me repeat that. Breed true for specific, predictable traits such as structure, athletic drive, coat color, or temperament. Some great examples, famous historical examples include Kobe, Carver, Cavino, Boudreaux, even Sorrell. Now, that's, AI telling me exactly what I asked it. And what I did ask, I did ask AI. I'm going to tell you what I asked it. Hold on 1 second. My question was, what is the term of making an American Pit Bull Terrier bloodline yours and it carries your name? What do you got to do? What's the story behind that? Because most of the time when we talk about our dogs, we talk about going hard dogs. Pretty much that's what we call them. Anything that we put together, anything that KP had his hands on in his strategic way, that's why we call them going hard dogs. Well, most going hard dogs are killers, back end specialists, and they have a tendency to produce themselves. Generations of that shit. Not just in our hands, but in other people's hands. So when he talks about, like Cheryl Powell, when he did that brother-sister breed, and think about, we was there. Mo was winning when he sent them off to the airport. So when you look at why he did that, and you kind of understand, you're sitting here right with the dude and what they planning to do, you can't get no more inside than that, and to actually see it done is why we always remind y'all about who's the man who got us in this game. His name was Cheryl Powell. You'll find him in Tornado's papers. I think in the third generation. But brother-sister breed. But we knew the whole concept and the way the man was thinking when he did it. Yeah, we were young in the game at that time. But just look back on all that in them conversations and the funny shit and the things that we did prior to him doing that and actually sending those dogs off. Just saying, it's just one of them blessings from the sports gods, I say, because, I can look back on history and look in the Tornado's papers and remember that day, just like it was yesterday. And to see the man who brought us into the game is in the greatest female fighter of all times, double grand champion, the only double grand champion, as we can say, based on those times. And he was a part of that. And you think about some of the other people that we talk about, like the Masons. I hear so many people talk about, wow, how they wouldn't breed cold dogs. But wait a minute. He did it. Damn, he was 17-1. He was basically 17-0 before he, that litter had his first loss from a cold bitch. Or maybe we throw Austin Baby out there. We knew Stone City. We know she was cold. If I remember correctly, so was Blondie. Now, we never was in a position that we had to worry about, doing anything with cold bitches, because outside of what we were doing, we hadn't even gotten to our breeding program to where we were satisfied with just breeding for a purpose like these guys were. Remember, they had already had established yards. Cheryl Powell yard was already established. Stone City's yard was already established. The Masons were legendary prior to us even running into them. That shit had been established for damn years. Abraham, well established. These are men that I'm saying that was taking these dogs, doing what they was doing, but breeding for the purpose of what they were doing. Okay? You got Ronnie Boyles. You got the Boyles brand. Then you just got the Boyles. Two different types. But ain't it something to have your name pasted on some shit? You got the brand and then you just got your shit. What dog man wouldn't want to do that? Or be able to say that, Patrick? He all over everybody's shit. Floyd Boudreaux. He just showed you Tudor. I mean, he just went down a list of them. But what is it to have your name on your own shit? I don't think that's being big-headed. I think that's what everybody was trying to do. I mean, dogs are supposed to be more than just names on the paper. We say that all the time. The dog make the papers. The papers don't make the dog. Okay, we believe in that 100%. We ride from here to the moon with you on that. But please understand the purpose. How you gonna know if the trait exists if you ain't looking based on the purpose? You know what I mean? Going Hard dogs had a trait that we just had to make sure that we could keep it there based on the dogs that we were using. How are we going to know what that looked like if we ain't trying to find out who got it and who don't? I think everybody was doing that part where everybody just based on the names y'all heard me mention. But no, I don't hear people move names around like, I think Southern Kennels, Stone City, they were able to. I think Hardcore was able to. Evolution was able to. You know.
Andre Giroux, Isaac Stevens.
Oh, yeah. Hey, how you doing, man? I see you made it. Yes, sir. But hold on, let me give my shout outs. I came right in. I'm kicking the door down. So hold on one second. I gotta put you on mute for a minute. Yeah. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Carlos Lee in the house. Yeah, my man, Mr. Garland Miggett. What up, fam? Kalingo Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Ain't seen you in a while. What up, though? I see ya. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Jason Clark in the house. What up, fam? My man coming in, giving up them roses that love early. Mr. Paul Johnson. What up, fam? Let's see what else I got here. Oh, like Kennels in the house. What up, fam? I seen you. Representing Houston, Texas, my man, Showtime Kennels in the house. What up? Bam! Big shout out to my man, Mr. Aaron Jackson. What up, fam? R.A. Nixon. What up, fam? I see you. Big shout out, long time supporter, my man, the one and only City Boy Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, coming in, showing that mad love, coming, knocking the door down, getting this party started with a 10-piece. My man, I got to put it on there. Long time supporter, Mr. Aaron Jackson. Appreciate the love, fam. Appreciate that. Hey, man. You know, I got to say my part. Man, it don't matter how much you give. It's the fact that you give. And anytime anybody give to a certain situation, you know, when they don't have to, how can you not but respect that? I wouldn't care if it was 99 cents. I would do the same thing I do for Mr. Jackson. if it was 99 cents. It's just the fact that I really truly do appreciate me and my brother both, do things like that, because you don't have to. We still gonna give you what we give you, because it really don't cost you shit. But it's really appreciated when somebody feel like, hey, let me hook them boys up right quick. How you gonna not appreciate that? I'm gonna give them all the shout outs in the world. Big shout out. Y'all need to give some big shout outs to my man, Mr. Aaron Jackson.
I like to throw Paul Johnson in there. He be hitting that CashApp.
Yeah, Mr. Paul showing that mad love, long time supporter, help hitting them on the back end. Mr. Paul Johnson showing that love. Hey man, it's always appreciated, fellas. Always appreciated. I hear myself in the background already, bro. I'm gonna put your ass on mute. Let me see. My man representing Shreveport in the house. Mike Boy in the house. What up, fam? He always represents Shreveport, though. Yeah, I hear you, Garland. Let me get down to this. He said, twins. Talk about the first time seeing a dog that changed what the real deal is. Oh, the first time. Damn. First time.
Queen.
Yeah. I would actually, yeah. I mean, no, Martell and Radar was no joke. Okay.
Yeah, that was after.
That was another one for me. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think about something before that.
Radar and Martell is still the game is in the class of two great dogs, but Queen showed me wouldn't take the win out here.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think, was there anybody prior to that though? Mm-hmm. No, because I mean we was all over Pepper there for a minute now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you remember she beat a bad dog that night.
Well, Pepper was good, but that's because what we saw. But when we saw Queen, that changed everything.
Oh, as far as yeah.
I know what a killer looked
like. That's right. That part right there. No, that part right there. Because we had high hopes on Pepper that night. Because she was the killer too. But let me tell you something. Man, I am a true believer in understanding what it took to beat Pepper. And to see it not even close. It's not that Pepper had a bad night or something was off with her. No. If any of my people out there have ever seen the great Queen of Hearts go, tell them, just remind people. She murked everything. Just remind people. And just imagine you would have to have seen it to understand what that kind of shit looks like. And that's on a really consistent basis. See, I never got a chance to see Luther. And they said Luther was one of them kind that would just murk you. I never seen Jigga. He was another one, a dog that just murked everything he had ever been on. But actually seeing Queen, you couldn't help but say, okay, that's what one really, really looks like. And that's what we stuck with. That's what we, everything got to be like that. If it ain't like that, then we in trouble. So you kind of get an understanding of what it looks like when you've seen it. And you can't really bullshit yourself, because actually we really went into Puerto Rico going into that 4-time winner, going for a grand championship with a first time outer, because we did have a killer. And she really did do what she was meant to do. The fight didn't go but 30-something minutes, and she killed Tommy Boy. It was just a bad day for her. But the fact was, we knew we had a killer. We knew what one looked like. But that was kind of what got us stuck on, being stuck on what what you're gonna be dealing with, and you just not gonna take nothing less. If they ain't doing that, then they ain't got no business. And the thing
They ain't
is,
gonna make it on my yard.
they're gonna make it on that yard. And the thing is, man, we had killers, not just one. We had a couple. And the good thing about us, to see our dogs get in other people's hands and still be them same killers. Still. Why? Because it's a going hard dog. Back end specialists, and they were killers. That's what we call going hard dogs, because that's what the trait that we stuck with. Getting in there, seeing something, and a combination, and you know what one look like. For those, that ever seen one that could consistently do it and then be able to, it's hard to see them, consistently be able to breed those type of dogs. I mean, think about it. Stone City, their dogs was pretty much consistent as far as they were athletic, but they were game as hell. And then it was rough. But they put time in. See, we wasn't about putting that kind of time in. They knew what type of dogs they was bringing. You really had to bring a bulldog to beat Stone City. You don't hear people talking about they had them killers. No, you had to have a real bulldog to beat them, because they gonna be there. And they gonna be there on a high level. So whatever you got, you better be able to withstand what they bringing, and they don't have no problem being there all night. And if you notice, most time, if you looked at some of the things that we looked over as we looked in them journals, you didn't really see a whole lot of long matches. 40, 55, hour 10. Some might say an hour 30, but you very seldom going to see 2 hours, even an hour 30. So if you're looking at, like, from the standpoint that we're looking at it, like, we got to be good for at least an hour straight out, just barnstorming. In case they happen to have one that's going to be around for an hour, we're going to try to shorten that time frame by just blowing them out for a whole hour. We care how bad you is, but at the hour mark, if you're still there, you ain't going to be worth shit not dealing with these killers. You might as well pick him up and get ready to take him home. That was the mindset, because if you've seen them, like for me, Radar Martell was a great example of two killers that ran up on each other. If they hadn't ran into each other, they would be two separate great dogs that we would all be talking about, because they were bred as good as hell, and they were raised by good camps. I could say the same thing about that Gator dog and Psycho. If they hadn't ran into each other when they did, they would have beat they would probably be grand champions, and then let them meet at the grand champion point and bring that type of show. Because to me, that was just two great dogs that we lost. They had no business seeing each other that early, being first-time outers. And I think Martell and them, they was like, both of them was two-time winners going for their championship. So they had a lot on the line for that one. And it was a great one. But two one-time winners, two first-time outers doing what they was doing with only one scratch, and that was us scratching the win at 317. So that meant it wasn't a whole bunch of laying around. It wasn't no laying around. The average person, other than them two on each other, I know they would have been mopping up some shit. No doubt. They just happened to matchabilities. But again, this all just stems from making a bloodline yours, making something yours. You know, I hear a lot of people talk about, you know, what you got to do to make it yours. And I never really thought of it from a standpoint of trying to be like Tudor or be the great, like Patrick, or even be like Stone City. No, we actually were just taking good dogs and strategically matching them up with good dogs. And we give a lot of praise to our KP, because a lot of the dogs, well, most of the dogs that we was using, he was a breeder behind them. But when Mo took control, that's why everything on the yard looked alike. You look at a Going Hard dog, you can tell pretty much already know what they're going to look like. Being he wasn't letting shit go, he had the opportunity to take that shit and make sure that he kept the best of the best. And we were able to make everything that went forward from that point on was the things that he pretty much orchestrated. And that's where I felt like that was the pinnacle of Going Hard Kennels. To be able to see our dogs somewhere else doing the same thing, and people saying and saying the same thing that we were saying and seeing. That's an accomplishment, because that really, for us, it took care of, you know, that part where it says, a selective breeding, typically through strategic line breeding or inbreeding over multiple generations, so that the dogs consistently breed true for specific, predictable traits such as structure, athletic drive, coat, color, or temperament. We were able to establish that on a consistent basis just on our yard. Remember, the magic was just beginning for us when they hit our yard. If it don't be for Mo getting out the first time due to his marriage, them dogs would have still been on that yard, and you probably would have never heard nothing else about Going Hard at all. Because it was a lot of good dogs that end up leaving that yard, you know, his first time when he got that, you know, he was trying to save his marriage and everything. And he sold that yard. He sold that yard in 30 days, y'all. And I'll tell you, he had people from overseas coming. You see the people who've been on the yard. These ain't just people. These are, you know, Mark Davis, Most Wanted, Black Ice. No, I'm leaving some out. Stone City, Deep South. I mean, come on. They just ain't hanging out on the yard just to be hanging out on the yard. They hanging out on the yard to see what the hell y'all doing over there. Because everybody want to see what you're doing, making that kind of noise. And seeing the setup, and everybody felt like it was a damn good setup. And got a chance to be taking pictures of our shit. But that's why I don't hesitate to call Going Hard dogs Going Hard dogs. Don't ask me what they bred like and all that other shit, because they ain't Mayday dogs, as y'all can clearly see. They ain't Stone City dogs, as y'all should be able to clearly see. It says line breeding and then breeding. Outcrosses. I mean, come on. Strategically done on a consistent basis to see what you need to see. I think we got that part right. Because it worked in other people's hands. And when they bred it, guess what? They got the same damn results. All you had to do was breed it the way we was breeding it. Dwayne, what do you think? I would do it. Well, that shit. You heard what he said about Sassy Girl. I mean, if you notice on the last show, and he was always saying, look, y'all pay attention to this part. How much he always talked about them bitches. You know what I'm saying? And he would always hit them key factors like Stabber or Tater, Buck, Rascal, Eli, all these names that he went way back and just walked all that shit forward to show y'all. If y'all notice, you're going to keep seeing these certain dogs' names keep popping up in these great dogs. That part right there. Now, we got, Mims had great dogs. You know, we had the Mem dogs. We had the Crenshaws. We you know, everybody had their own certain bloodlines, fellas. But when did we start calling them, you know, their bloodlines? Was it the way they were breeding? Was it just certain dogs? Well, sometimes I think it takes more than just one dog. You know, I think sometimes it just takes the breeder. Like Gaston. Remember? Gaston had buck dogs. But he had a certain way he was breeding his buck dogs. So, you know, those are Gaston dogs, right? That's, I mean, that pretty much, he put his name on it. That's his stamp. You can associate a Gaston dog based on how it was bred. Okay. That made him, to me, that made him special. That he could put his name on his shit. You know? So I think for me, you know, we even talked about this about 2 shows ago, how hard it was to find a champion ROM bitch over all these years. A champion ROM female, American Pit Bull Terrier female. That list was real small. But yeah, I still hear people talk about what they wouldn't do with a cold dog. Yeah, did you ever think that maybe this is something I just picked up by just listening to a lot of the old dog men, even Mo and KP. You know, I don't get into their conversation, but that don't mean I don't be listening. I'm hearing. And I be thinking, okay, even some of the dogs on the yard that, to me, Mo was so stuck on, you know, these certain type of dogs that, you know, a lot of the good dogs for me, they got away, was kind of like, well, you know, that was a good dog, Mom. He wasn't good enough to be here, though. And that part right there always made me feel like, well, what if he was a producer, you know? Well, guess what? To me, Maytu was one of them great examples. Maytu was a great producer. You know what I'm saying? I think that was Mr. Jackson. Which one did he have? Yellow Buck? Little Buck? Mo, which one was that old man Jackson had. Bucko. Oh, Bucko.
Really make your baby and Yellow Day and Buck Rogers.
Yeah. He got away. Man didn't do nothing but produce good dogs with him. You know, it was his pet. But just because of who the dog was, he just sat back and collected stuff for y'all. And if you run across the papers, it'll say Bayless Bucko, but the breed would be Jackson's Bucko. Because he never, and it always, on his papers, it was Bayless. And that's the tripped out thing about old man Jackson. He didn't know nothing about going hard. But when he did and understood who that Bayless was, that piqued his curiosity. And he did what he was supposed to do. Shit. Most of them right over there. Bucko's right over that baby and them little mate brother. We know he ain't doing shit. You know what I mean? He ain't had no stories to fuck him up or nothing. He produced good dogs. But then it's certain things that you do when you're messing with these dogs. We try to get y'all this picture and understand that you don't have to be a rocket scientist. But you do have to understand and believe in what you're doing based on what you know, what you're seeing. And seeing is always believing, as far as we're concerned. And we kind of knew what the fuck we was doing, you know, the majority of the time. All because it was strategically done anyway. Listen to the people that you know, that we actually was learning from. We talk highly of these people, y'all. Why? Because we got something from everybody. And they took that and we made it work our way. And if that doesn't take a lot, then everybody could do it. But we all know, even the ones who've been in this game for quite some time will tell you, it is not easily done. And that part we can attest to. Why? Because of the work. When you sit back and think about all the dog food, all the dogs, you appreciate the way we appreciate now by doing what we do now, and really owe it to the people who are really responsible for why we sitting here doing what we're doing now, because there is nobody writing the stories, their books. You know, I like talking about the Yankee boys and Havana Chico and Cuban Missing Link and Untouchables. I mean, they was cool dudes, but they were serious about their bulldogs, fellas. It was, tell you something. If you got a bulldog and you don't believe in that motherfucker, then you shouldn't be in it, especially in him either. I think that's what every dog man's supposed to do, is stand behind their work. But then you let history take care of the rest, because it becomes history when the work is done. And we, like we Journey said, and there goes another one. And you're right, that's kind of where I felt about Pepper and Queen. You know, that's almost like when Mo sing, him and KP sing Mayday. They came back, was like, hey man, we got to get that though. For all my people out there who've seen Mayday, go, you know. Very similar. I hear people talk about he was a bullshit ass dog. Well, I don't hear nobody really saying that shit. All I can truly say is what I seen. If you hurt him, he gonna kill you. Whatever you do, don't hurt him, because he fixing to be straight mad. And it's just crazy to see a dog turn from you just got a chance to you ain't got no chance. None. Because you done pissed him off. When you see that type of intensity, you know what it look like. You got to imagine what that looks like against the best. You know, it's hard to pick up 5, let alone, 3. Especially when you're running amongst a bunch of high-class dog men who just think the way you think, and it really gonna come down to the dog. I used to think there was a couple of wins that we got that I was riding a high horse on. That they would just slide in the back and be like, "Hey, twins, y'all know y'all be the good one just then," because we really never really cared about who was who or what he done or who he was. It didn't matter. We were always more like, shit, it don't matter, because they know who they fixing to come deal with. And that's how we looked at things. Didn't give a damn about all that height. That height don't mean shit. You better be worried about what we finna bring. To the point to where, yeah, they always gonna be bringing a killer. They bringing something that will kill your shit. And that was the thing about the yard, because they never knew who it was gonna be. Because we actually, at that time, we had that many. It didn't matter. Maybe that's why we should have had more champions, though. Because we had so many dogs that it was like we got to run through all the new prospects and everything before we even make it back around to this one right here. And that's pretty much how it was. But the good thing is when you're winning, you think you're on the right track. You don't change shit. There was no reason to change. So when people think about all that Mayday shit, I'd be wondering, do y'all ever really pay attention to what this show consists of and the dogs that we literally are talking about? We've had pretty much of everything high quality dogs, and some damn good ones. Real damn good ones. But as you know, we walked down through that long ride of where we started at and all them dogs. But the pinnacle was when the dogs we created were able to do the same thing they was doing on our yard in other people's hands. So yeah, I be loving the fact that when they talk about like what a day back end specialists or notorious back-end killer. When you talk about Red Ruby. Notorious 7-time winner. Back-end specialist. When you see people say that things about a going hard dog, hey, man. But look, Mo, I was finna jump on that potency. But I'm gonna let you jump on it because regardless of what you breed them to, if it was there to be in them, it's gonna do what it had to do, right? So you take it from here, man.
What up, everybody? A man asked, he said, "Twin, did y'all ever have any luck with the Eli dogs?" Well, we did have some rascal dogs. James Pope, he had Eli dogs. And Pope got me that triple bred Jeep bitch. Pope had Shirley too. We had Dusty. Even though she lost, she still, 2 hours and 5 minutes was a good match.
What about Blood and BA? Where were they?
They were snooty. Yeah, they was snooty too. Levi. They was off of Levi. Levi was came down off of, who did he come off of? Yeah, I think he came off of Snooty. I know Bruiser came off of Smeller. So those, we had Snooty dogs. We had Low Posse Buster dog. Solo was a Low Posse Buster dog. She was a killer. She was a killer. She had a hard mouth. She was rough as hell. But for me, all that changed when we bred the Grand Champion Ace. And I'm going to tell you like this. We always had our mind set on, like, T.O., my KP would go and breed like he bred to Angels Apache. Yeah, Angels Apache. Apache wasn't no champion. But he was stuck on breeding to him. But anything other than that one, we always was breeding to a champion. Gonna breed to a champion. Why do we feel like we were doing shit that Pope taught us to do, but he didn't even do? Pope finally caught on when he took Shirley and bred the Bosco. Prior to that, that was Pope's first champion that he ever bred his dog to. Why? Because he was following a trend that we was talking about when we were talking about breeding. Okay, listening to what he was saying with these traits and things like that, and watch the line and pay attention to the breeding. Champions produce champions. Especially if you have a champion that comes from a genetic line of dogs that are match dogs. Okay? That was a key piece to what I was stuck on. Because I'm gonna breed to a champion. If I'm gonna breed my bitch, I'm gonna be feeding some damn puppies, raising something. Damn near everything on that Going Hard yard came off a champion. We had Kai Geezer on the yard, we had Nico on the yard, we had Nico Jr. on the yard, we had Yellow Buck on the yard, we had Mayday on the yard, we had Twisted on the yard. All these are champions. Champion Outlaw on the yard, a son off of Yellow. Damn near everything on that yard was coming up a champion. Baby and them came up a Little Buck. When you go back down there, Little Buck only had one litter. But you got to look at Sir KO. And that one litter, look what he picked up. He picked up Buck Rogers, was a 2-time winner, and he picked up Baby. That was it. When we bred Buck Rogers to Pretty Mama's daughter, coming off of Beetlejuice, champion Pretty Mama. Looking at it the way it was. Yeah, I'm gonna take my champion bitch and breed to that shit. You know what I'm saying? What I take Pretty Mama to? Champion Beetlejuice. When you look at Little Buck had that one litter. But if you look at all the Little Buck litter mates, Sarah KL, the Sammy Little Bitch, there's a couple of them off of Yellow Buck and Miss Nico that made history. They all produced. Those are the genetics that I'm talking about. Those are the things that I understood coming from James Pope. You know, and I think it even got more embedded into me off of that breeding to Grand Champion Ace. I always knew when I seen Brat, Little Mayday, with that mouth and that back stifle shit. Because Little Mayday was 16 months old and we put him on Champion Charlie. Yeah, he was 16 months old when we put him on Champion Charlie. He was supposed to be going, Charlie was supposed to be going into Tyrone. That's how good Charlie was. If you had seen Charlie on Little Mayday, you know, you would have seen why Little Mayday smashed Wacko. Why Brat smashed all three of her matches with two-time winners going for their championship. And then none of them, the longest one was 26 minutes. Them traits, if you're seeing this, and this is what you're establishing,
I guess he's put that shit down, man. You're over there dying on that shit, man. Put that shit down. Let's see.
Excuse me, y'all. I was getting caught up and took a sip and got choked on my Gatorade.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, I got caught up between the Gatorade going down the through my throat off of that smoke. Yes, sir. But when you start seeing those dogs and you're looking at how they bred now, we just ain't breeding to dogs to just be breeding shit. We literally understanding the formula in the way it was taught to us, knowing this is what we want to do. You know, again, I'm the one feeding all these motherfuckers. So if I'm looking at the yard, I'm looking at it. These got to be killers. That's why we put the best on the best. Because that's the best way to find out what you're really dealing with on your own yard. Because I never felt like, you know, when you come off the yard, their shit is good enough to really put my shit to the test to make sure that I know if I got a good one or not. It wasn't good enough. Because I didn't see Jesse ever roll us, did he? You
Nope.
know, I never seen Big Mike want to roll.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? The only one who was willing to do that shit was who? D-South.
Mm-hmm.
And we seen Dum Dum as a puppy go with Cycle. We called him a champion that day, didn't we? And he was still a puppy. The Little May's sister went down and beat Mallory. That's two Little Mays that became champions. Max, I had Max and Little May's sister and brother. They stole the Little May's brother, and the female, she just mysteriously died on me. But then you come out with Grand Champion Max. They were breeding. You know, I think we all had that one thing in common. They didn't go to the backyard. They went up there to STP and sold Blue Cane. Dude, way down in Miami. How come on now? How you know STP? How he know John? Or did John contact him? Whatever it was, it worked. Because what John sent him back, he ended up taking the dog. Not only did he win a best in show, he beat a bad motherfucker in a long match. The dog that when he bought Luke, when John bought Luke came from Deep South, he sent, you know, it was also a dog involved. that came back. Just like the little bitch Trina, I think it was, that came up with Clean Mary, a Boyle's, a yellow buck bitch. They created some great dogs, and they very lucky when when Twisted and them got taken, because remember they had they passed that law down there in Dade County, banning all pit bulls. And these South can get rid of their yard quick enough. That's what happened to Twisted. But thank God, a lot of those dogs was already moved up to Georgia. Or Max and a lot of them other dogs, Trina and all that other stuff, would have never made it. But these were good dogs. You need to look at their pedigrees. That's all I can say, because I was impressed with Kimber's breedings. I've always been impressed with Harry Hargrove's breedings. I was always impressed with, Deep South and their breedings. I was paying attention. I liked the DSK dogs and their breedings. My thing was, I've always wanted to put a Going Hard dog on a DSK dog. You know what I mean? Because them was two rough categories. I just know that I feel like Banjo and BB were good dogs. I ain't taking nothing away from them. I just think they were good dogs. But I think we had killer dogs. And it's going to take a little bit more than that good shit to get there with these killers. And I think throughout the time, and not just what was being done on our yard, but throughout the time and everybody else that had the dogs, that's what kind of dogs we was feeding. You know what I'm saying? I think that was the key. Well, I seen Queen and I seen Pandy. And I'm telling y'all, Red Ace, Brat, Little Mayday, Water Day, these one dogs that I seen was just as bad as them. The shit, all these dogs was bad as hell.
Buck Rogers.
Yeah, Buck Rogers, these are the dogs that you just wouldn't be wanting to try to put your shit on. So I always felt like we might as well stay in the yard, because when we come out the yard, look what they dealing with. These are the dogs y'all dealing with that made it out the yard for us to go play with. I was impressed with REP, Mr. Patterson. I like what he was doing. I've always been impressed with Windy City and what he was doing. These guys was methodical breeders. Everybody had their thing. I remember when Windy City used to match dogs, and then I remember when he became a breeder and started breeding dogs. And he must have had a lot of money, because he was collecting all the great dogs. He was collecting them. He was buying them. Damn near like what Southern Bulldogs was doing, Jamie. They started spending their money on winners. They buying champions and shit. Guys that be out there buying those champions and putting them down on their yard, and start breeding that shit. If you really take a good close look at Windy City Combine, Bob Lowry had went out there and bought some of the best dogs in the history of the dog game. And I don't see too many other people who can match the lineup that he had on his yard. He was a bad man to me. Because he didn't have to do a whole lot of getting out there matching this shit and putting this shit together. He just bought the great shit and sat there on the yard and bred it. The Kennel boys did not have Beetlejuice when I bred the Beetlejuice. Bob Lowry had it. I've seen Reno. I've seen all the great dogs, Crazy Tippy. I've seen them all. To me, he was the man when it comes to, if you want to call him a breeder, and the dogs that he had on his yard, I can't, there's not a dog man out there that I can match to Bob Lowry. He would be the number one. I'm just keeping it real. You know, we could talk about Victor. He had Mayday, but I'm talking about that was Victor's line. Mayday became a line for Victor. That was a Southern Kennels dog. And all the great dogs that came down off of that shit became Mayday dogs. Victor A. Carp, Southern Kennels, Mayday. We call them Mayday dogs. You know, you got your boys, dog, but you don't hear too many people saying Southern Kennel dogs, do you? Victor pumped out a lot of winners. Had some winners. Yes, sir.
Small time. Do you see the question he asked?
Mm-mm. Where you at?
I got it pinned up.
Okay. At what point did they become GHK dogs? Seeing that that's been a debate. When they started winning, that's when. They don't become, that name changes when they all started winning. You know? It ain't because of the pedigree, it's because the killer who got them. The same thing you have to say with Boyle. When did they become Bull's dog? When they started winning. That's the best time to recognize that point, because these guys I'm talking about ain't breeding pedigree, they matching dogs. You see the difference? How could that be a debate? You know, I can see it being a debate if you ain't never done what I've done, because you don't, it takes experience to understand on what level I'm talking on. You know, ask Super Kennel. Ask Sean B and them boys. Dogs wasn't shit until they became a name by winning. Who don't know Sean B, Champion Justice? The Justice Dogs. Huh? They don't call him Sean B Line. They call him Justice. We all know him as Sean B Champion Justice. Again, we gonna call our dogs Going Hard dogs because our dog was Going Hard dogs out there getting working. We had more than one. We just didn't have Justice. You know what I'm saying? These are dogs that we're producing. You know? Yeah, we got Mayday in our shit. Yeah, we got hardcore in our shit. We got Jeep in our shit. Matter of fact, I can cut all that shit and just get right to the point. I'm always talking shit about the top 5 dogs. The top 5 dogs. Then let's add the other 2 bitches, Honey Bunch and Awesome Baby. Check our breeding. Check our yard. You're gonna see them top 5 dogs, including Frisco. For those who know, and if you know, everybody else don't know, don't need to know. They'll find out. You know, they've got to do their research, do their homework. You know, all 7 of those dogs are in the Going Hard line. So how could that be a debate? Why can I call it the Going Hard line? Because what we did with them is why we can call them Going Hard. The combination of what we put together is why we can call them Going Hard. Because they went out there and won several of them And then once you get out there in Gameville, and what Gameville carried the damn torch after that, they became even more going hard dog because the going hard dogs turned into Gameville dogs. What the Gameville dogs? Going hard dogs. Now Gameville has got his own twist to the going hard dogs, and where it's now they're Gameville dogs. What's the debate? They are breeding shit. They work their shit. They won with that shit. So it can never be a going hard dog because they didn't do nothing but added us like we added all those other people. We all took our shit that we fed, we bred, and won with it. And then people got their hands on those dogs and they was winning with it. That's why we can call gotta eat dogs. Why we call them gotta eat dogs? We don't call them like Mayday dogs. We don't call them criminal dogs. We don't do none of that. You know, think about it. Why do we call Ronnie Boyle's dogs the Boyle's dogs? You know, why do we call them the Boudreaux dogs? We got some people call them Eli dogs. They don't even use Boudreaux no more. Now we're using Eli. They never used Crenshaw. They always said Rascal. What's the difference when we start naming dogs and naming names? You know, to me, that point right there, small time, should be the debate. Because why is it like that? Because most of the time, when you're naming dogs, you're naming one particular dog. When you have several dogs that can get out there and win. And it's your work, your breedings, your wins. That's when you turn into names like Stone City dogs, hardcore dogs. You see what I'm saying? Going hard dogs. You got to have the work. When you're doing that to your yard and you putting the work in, then it becomes your name. But when you got that name where it's all on the dog, because of who the owner is, you know, because of who the owner is, if the dog is great, then everything is based on that dog's bloodline. Like we talk about Bolio dogs, we don't call them Patrick. We don't call them Patrick dogs when we speak of Bolio. We don't speak of STP when we speak of Grand Champion Buck. We call them Buck dogs. And STP had a whole bunch of champions. We call them 357 dogs, and Super Kennels had it. But why we call them 357 dogs? And Super Kennels had just as many goddamn champions, if not more, than STP. But we called them 357 dogs. We called Grand Champion Buck dogs. We called David Tanter, Grand Champion Yellow dogs. We called Southern Kennels Grand Champion Mayday dog. Why? What's the difference between the two? Because we're talking about a particular dog. We're talking about a particular dog. Over here on Going Hard Kennels, there's more than just a particular dog. It's more than just a brat. You know what I'm saying? There's more than just a little Mayday. There's an accumulation. What a Day, Baby, Buck Rogers, 38 Special, Little Jimmy, Little Wiggles. All these are champions that I'm naming. All of them got Going Hard in them. No, you don't hear my name in. You don't hear my name. You don't hear Mo's name. You hear Going Hard. You do not hear me say one of those dogs out there that there's a genetic line out there that they calling Even when it comes to made to, they're not, you know, I hear some people call them made to dogs. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of stuff had Gainesville made to. Going down after 2008, a lot of them winners was coming off of made to. But they still, the majority of us call them Gainesville dogs. You know, there's a difference between the two. But the debate would never be at what point does they become going hard dogs. The goddamn point to that is when they started winning. I said they started winning. I didn't say Rascal started winning. I didn't say when Mayday started winning. You know what I'm saying? You see the difference? No, I didn't say that. I said they. There was an accumulation of them. You know, we can name off a couple of them. That's the difference. You know, but I always said this. I see somebody in there talking about old Mr. Ludd. That was a good, you know, bad dude. Yeah, he was definitely a bad dude. Straight out of up there in Ohio. Talking about Mr. Ludd. You know, and his name stretched a lot further than Ohio. You know, Mountain Man was another one. You know, you got Ozzie Stevens, and you got Ozzie Stevens hooking up with Andre Giroux. What did we call they dogs? When they started putting them dogs together, here's the crazy thing about it. When they started putting those dogs together, they wasn't just over there with Ozzie no more. They wasn't over there with Andre no more. So they could not ever be Andre Giroux's dogs or Ozzie Stevens' dogs. Not when they put that combination in the name out there. Those dogs that was winning out there, they was winning on other people's yards. You know, them famous dogs went out there and they won them championships, not with Andre or Ozzie. You know what I'm saying? There was a time when Andre was matching dogs, they was called Giroux dogs because he just didn't have one dog to speak on. He had several great dogs to speak on, several champions to speak on coming through his yard, on his yard. That's the difference. To me, carrying lines don't have nothing to do with what you're writing on the paper. Has everything to do with what you're doing with your work. It don't consist of writing. You want your own line? Win with it. You might get one out there that I bred that one. I bred that champion. Yeah, but they don't say your name. You might have bred it, but that line of dogs is Jimmy Dogs. You know, your name ain't popping up. You had to dive in there. It's a big difference when they see our shit as those going hard dogs. Because there's several of them. Not one, several. Making my point? I hope I did. You know? But that's what it's all about. You know, and that's the key. Me, I prefer, you know, when I seen dogs like Queen and Pandy, and then you got May May, you know, over there knocking off champions and shit. You know, we look at those dogs like Brat, May May, Hunt, Luke Kane. Luke Kane got her own line. Got them Luke Kane dogs. We got Barracuda dogs. Come on now. That's what you call them. Y'all don't call neither one of them the Southern Kennel dogs. When you ever heard somebody call them all them great dogs Southern Kennel dogs? And it was all bred by Victor. But Victor wasn't the one taking them out and winning with them. He won with Mayday, Choice, and Dragon Lady. All them great dogs that Victor produced, all them dogs got their championships. And wasn't none of them in Victor's hand. Y'all feel me? So when we're talking about creating our own line, your own line, it, to me, is a line that you can say, you know, get me off the yellow bus and let me walk up here and come into y'all world and tell y'all in y'all world, if you want to have your own line, it don't have nothing to do with no 2-3 generations worth of shit. If you want to have your own line of name and you trying to do this shit the right way, you ain't gonna never have that legacy with your name, except for the fact that you doing it on paper. See, I ain't talking about paper, because paper don't mean shit to me. You can't go on hard dogs. All them dogs have papers. You see what I'm saying? All of them have papers. You know? No, you put them up. You put the work in. You put the work in, and that's when they start saying your name, because there's several of them in there. Like we say, Stone City Dogs. When we say size them up kennels, you look at size them up kennels, do y'all say size them up dogs? No, y'all say Stone City Dogs. Size them up has Stone City Dogs. That's what you say. But then you got size them up, winning with them. Is size them up dogs a little too hard to say that you would put it back on Stone City, even though size them up was the one winning with them? No, they were using Stone City Dogs, and that's what people related to. Yeah, they would go over there and buy size them up dogs if they were selling them, but what's drawing them to the sale is the fact that when you look at them, somewhere in your brain it says they're Stone City Dogs, which already is a line of Stone City Dogs. Same with Boyle's dogs. They could be winning in somebody else's hand, y'all still calling them Boyle's dogs. Why? And this is a good point right here. He said, real dog men don't have lines. They are known for the yard. Well, again, listen to me closely. Okay? It's based on their yard. Then if it's based on their yard, especially when you say real dog men, answer me this question. Why don't they call the Mayday dogs Southern Kennel Dogs? Got it. Feel me? Based on his yard. Based on Victor Acart's yard. Based on Stone City's yard. You know what I'm saying? I know you're agreeing with me. But remember, listen to what you said. You said real dog men don't have lines. But Mayday has a line. Mayday is a great example of a line. You hear a lot more, you hear in today's time, you know, when you hear Yellow's name, we call them yellow dogs. Well, back in our time, they called them tat dogs. They called them Chavis dogs. You see what I'm saying? Jocko dogs. Total difference, ain't it? We're saying dog name, but we're also saying the kennel name. Why? Aren't they all line of dogs? You got growing hard dogs. Why are we calling growing hard dogs? because there's a line of these dogs on the yard. It's not just one dog. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Mayday has been crossed with many lines. But what do they say? They use it. They put Mayday, the Mayday line in their dogs. They don't say they put a cart in the line. They don't say they put, you know what I'm saying, Southern Kennels in the line. They say they put the Mayday dog in the line. You know what I'm saying? So what makes that different than the Going Hard dogs is we can say more than one dog. There's several dogs. There were several dogs that were being matched. There were several dogs out there that was winning. All coming through the line of the yard. So there was never a particular line that we could relate to that we could say, like they say about Mayday. All we could say with the dogs that we had and the dogs that were being used, all of them was evidently producing. We didn't call our dogs sassy girl dogs. You ain't never heard nobody out. All them dogs came down off of sassy. You ain't heard nobody ever once say the sassy girl line. You know what I'm saying? Hey, that's another good one. You say Garner had many dogs, many lines. But why you think we call them Garner dogs? That's my point. That's a good point. Now you talking like me, Garland. Now you talking like me. You see what I'm saying? If I go back and if you go back and look at what you sent me, it's not the same thing as what you're saying now. You said a real dog man don't go off of lines. That would not be a true statement based on what you're saying now. You see what I'm saying? That's all. Don't worry. I wasn't getting on you. I was just correcting you. That's the point. They don't call individual dogs. We got Frisco dogs. But these days, they don't call them Frisco dogs because there's more than Frisco dogs. Used to call them Spike dogs, didn't they? Spike, Frisco, Chinaman, right? But what they call them in 2026? What they call them in 2026? They call them Garner dogs. Y'all get my point? And why? It has so much to do with the breedings, guys. That's what it is. To be able to produce good dogs and be able to really have them on your yard and create the chaos, you know, before they leave the yard. Get your name before they leave the yard. Then and guess what happens? Look at another good point. The Cunningham, you know what I'm saying? The Cunninghams, Frisco, you know, Cunningham, you know, ain't that what their name? Yeah, the one that had Big Red and all that shit. Not Big Red, but damn, y'all know what I'm talking about. Red Man. Yeah, the Cunningham dogs. Yeah. You know, they call them Cunningham dogs. Just like they call Pit Island dogs. You know, you don't ever hear too many people call it, you know, really say the thug line of dog. You know, we talk about Harry Hargrove, you know. Me, I always call Harry Hargrove's line of dog Harry Hargrove line, you know, Hargrove dogs. Because he was the one breeding, he was the one winning with them. But there were several of them. Tony Wade, we don't call them Wade dogs. We call them Black Dragon dogs. You know, Tate wasn't the only dog he produced. There were several champions out there coming out of Black Dragon kennels. To the point that we was calling them Black Dragon dogs. Yeah, them Tony's dogs. We didn't have a particular dog to pick from. You know, yeah, Champion Tate had more of the noise because when you got Carl Mims all up in the picture and shit, you know what I'm saying? You know, you had to share that spot. You know, that was the key piece to Champion Tate, because Tate was a perfect snooty red boy dog, a perfect snooty red boy dog. So he definitely had the opportunity to carry the name on his own, just in the breeding itself. How many people was running around at the time breeding snooty dogs to goddamn red boy dogs? And to become a winner, that shit looked good on paper. I gotta get my boy Aaron up in there. Aaron did a lot of real dog, man, had the line of dogs they ran with. That's the point. Ding, 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 ding. That's why we can say the dog man's name and not just a dog's name. A lot of real dog men had their line of dogs they ran with. We call the Triple M dogs, the Mason dogs. Yeah, now y'all catching on. You see what I'm saying? That's what made them some dogs legendary in one aspect, and then you have kennels that are legendary in the same aspect, but in a different sense. Y'all catching on to that? We say 357, even though we know they have more than 357, but we call them 357 dogs. Same with STP with Grand Champion Buck. Same thing with Pat Patrick. We call them Patrick dogs. But we call Grand Champion Buck line Grand Champion Buck line. You know? I very seldom hear people say Nico dogs. You know, a lot of people who were starting to buy dogs from Jesse and them called them Nico dogs. You know, Nico was more of the favorable name of Stone City than Yellow Buck was. So Yellow Buck, in his concept, you know, and that thinking, in today's line of dogs, when you see Stone City, you call them Stone City dogs. When you see it in their pedigree. Sir Kel, Stone City dog. You know, with all the great dogs they had. But they used the kennel name. Hardcore dogs. You had Redman dogs. You had Bozak dogs. You had Mystic dogs. Milo dogs. But everybody called them hardcore dogs. They didn't have them individually swapped out like Mayday. When you go to say Mayday dogs, you know, try to say Mayday without Mayday and start calling them Southern Kennel dogs. You're not saying dogs, you're saying dog. That's a Southern Kennel dog line. Then the next question is going to be, well, what line was it? You see what I'm saying? But when you say names like Hardcore, Stone City, and I made myself very clear, so I'm not going to disclude me. I'm going to include me in the same conversation. Or Going Hard dogs. They're just more than one dog. And it was established by what we did with those dogs to be more than just one dog. Well, we can say Going Hard dog. You know, Hardcore dog, Stone City dog. You know, when you say Kimber dogs, come on. Look, what did we say about Kimber? Look at all them damn dogs he had. But we can pull out some great Kimber dogs, but we call them Kimber dogs. Yes, we did. We call Doucette dogs Doucette dogs. We call boot camp dogs boot camp dogs. Boot camp dogs. That's what we call them. Because there's more than one dog. coming out of their yard that we can speak on. That's all. I'm trying to pick up anything. Did I leave out anything in there, Mike? If anybody got any questions, well, I'll just keep it going. I mean, I'm surprised with all this stuff going on. I'm just surprised that, I see a lot of back and forth, but I don't see, where is the other names, guys? Come on. Give us some examples. I done gave up some damn good ones. I know I done put the legendary ones on the map. No, I done spoke on them.
Hey, yo. I want to give a big shout out to my man Clipson behind enemy lines coming in with a 2-piece showing that mad love with the super sticker. Appreciate the love, fam.
I could talk about the Gator Boy dogs, the Jersey Boy dogs, the Yankee Boy dogs.
The Jihad. Don't forget the Jihad
dogs.
Beach Boy dogs.
Yep, Beach Boy dogs. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Because they have more than one. Most of the time when you saying the kennel name, they matching dogs. They ain't breeding shit. They might be having some dogs breeding, but they got their kennel name ringing because they was winning matches. Super kennel dogs is what I say, because you give me a dog that's not off of 357 and it comes from Super Kennel, what I'm gonna call the dog? Huh? I ain't gonna call the dog by his name when he came from Super Kennel. I'm gonna use Super Kennels. Yeah, I'm gonna run this Super Kennel line. Well, what line do it consist of? Oh, this was off of Abbott. Yeah, Grand Champion Abbott. Now, by the time I get done and it's working, then guess what I'm gonna be calling it? Yeah, this is some going hard shit coming down off of that Grand Champion Abbott stuff. You see what I'm saying? Knowing Grand Champion Abbott was over there Super Kennel. Because now my line is consisting of Grand Champion Abbott. Like they did with 357. It went from Super Kennel dog to now we got 357 producing dogs. Now people that got it on the line, on their yard, they ain't calling it Super Kennel dog. Well, what line is that? Oh, coming down off of Champion 357. No, they call them 357 dogs. See the difference? Like Gangville. You know what I'm saying? We call them Gangville dogs. Well, what particular one you talking about? You could be talking about Skins, or you could be talking about Maytu. You know what I'm saying? You could be talking about Fatty Girl. They gang all them Gangville dogs. But when Fatty Girl got that double bred shit and Screaming Demon, what y'all call that shit? Screaming Demon dogs. See what I'm saying? Hey, I'm gonna take a time out and take me a puff break. And in the process, if y'all understand where I'm coming from, and I want to make sure everybody listen to me and I ain't wasting my breath, I need to see some thumbs up. Mike, get on them. I want to know if they hear me, man.
I'm watching. Hey, big shout out to my man Anthro, Bulldogology in the house. What up, fam? Let me see who else I got out here. I don't want to miss nobody. My man Garden said I was going to take one of my females to Pitt Island Mail, but you have to leave your bitch hell with that. I don't blame you, Garland, because that's how the shit got taken. Send her down to be bred.
No.
No.
Send her down to be conditioned.
Conditioned, yeah.
In Garden, the story came out that where the dog ended up. You know, one of the dogs they got back, they just never got Miss Leakey back. But it was a dog, man, a well-known dog, man, that took the dog. Took the dog. They took more than one. They took Miss Leakey and I think another dog. They got the location of the one dog, got that dog back, but Miss Leakey was already gone by the time they hunted, you know, who it was, you know. So that's the real deal. Oh, okay. So you say you know that. Okay. That's good. But you know, that's the good thing about it. Well, I just threw it in there because you said I know she was stolen rather than have me looking for her. Right? And I'm just going back because I'm picking up some of the stuff y'all saying in the chat. Okay. Anthropology said Miss Leakey and her son got stolen from fasting and ended up on Razor's Edge, Boulevard, and Via in all places, and is in their pedigree. Okay, you see what I'm saying? I know one of the dogs they got back, and it wasn't Miss Leakey. And like I said, there was a real dog, man, that took the dog. Okay, Showtime throwing up the pedigree. And I still ain't seen one thumbs up, Mike.
Oh, I wasn't looking for him. I'm like catching up like you.
Okay. I mean, if they hear me, the color of them looked at is that bronze color that they had. That's why it was so easy to point out that the new Red Man dog that David Tan had, that he was showing out there, calling the dog Red Double, was really Sundance. Now, damn well Sundance looked just like Miss Leakey. Looked just like her. David Tan called it a yellow dog. You know, when we talk about Pat Patrick, name me one dog that we don't call, and we see Pat Patrick's dogs and pedigree. Do we not call them Patrick dogs? You know, you start putting all that together, you know, that's why we call them Garner dogs now instead of Chinaman and Frisco and all them other names. Do we individually? But now we starting to call them Garner dogs.
Hey Mo.
Yes, sir.
My man Anto says, salute OG. Twins being from Ohio. Can you speak on OG Bobby Love?
Well, I did sneak it in there because I caught that when y'all was going down. I said, well, they talking about Mr. Love. You know what I mean? Yeah, he was a good man. He a pioneer. You know, I can put it like this. He was in there in the mix with some of the greatest dog and dog men. You know, there's plenty of them.
My man Aaron Jackson said, Mr. Love from the Natty. Is
okay.
You from there? Yeah.
He from the Natty. No. And Tom Ratliff, he from Ohio, and so is Ed Barron. Yeah, Tom Ratliff was from Ohio. Before he moved to Carolina, he was from Ohio, and so was Ed Barron, Wild Side. You know, but these be bulldogging. And that's the only reason we can call them a name. We can call them a kennel. We can call them these names because what were the reasons why we started calling these dogs out? They had to have some type of legacy being built behind them.
I want to get.
Hey, Will Turner said, like Boyles, then STP, then Sean B with the Justice, then Bully Bob and us. It's movies down in the line named If You're Being Successful, It Because You're Exactly
Yours, exactly, Mo.
Okay, you're right. Okay, I picked it up and said it wrong. But yeah, that's true, Mr. Turner.
If you're being successful, it becomes yours, exactly, Mo.
That's right. Thank you for fixing that, money. But he's exactly right. Trent, did y'all say Barney Five and Matt were from Ohio? His daddy, Barney Five's daddy was a judge
In Akron,
Ohio. Shit, we took him to the Ohio Supreme Court. Yeah, Barney Five's daddy. We went to the Ohio Supreme Court and had to get his shit fixed. That's right. He was our judge in the case. He found money guilty, and we appealed it to the Ohio Supreme Court and won. Because he was mad. We ain't never beat up on none of Barney Five's dog. Shit. Barney Five was a hell of a conditioner. He was a hell of a dog man. And because we had pit bulls, his daddy was mad at us. He trying to hang us. Maybe it was the color. But that man tried to hang us over some damn registrations. We got the registration paper right there in our hand. And he said that wasn't good enough. How is it not going to be good enough when it comes from a local government agency and found Mike guilty? No, he must have thought we was going to go home and take it like that and pay the fine. Maybe that's what 90% of them people may do, but we ain't going to do that. And we won. But yeah, Barney Five, his daddy was a judge, and he was a motherfucker. He was. He was mean. And a big smart ass. That's what probably Barney Five got that little slick talking he be doing.
Hey, I like this one that Garland put up. He said Mountain Man, Hargrove, Ratliff, and many others said, if you're going into Dowdy, you better bring a monster because he will go home with his money in 30 minutes. I seen the truth. You know what, Garland, you remember Eli Monster used to say that about old Dowdy down in Carolina. He spoke on that man very highly. But imagine getting that kind of name, because that's exactly what happened to us. The way we stopped having to just stop saying the name and just start dealing with the weights. Because that it does get around like that.
It does get around.
You do it enough, word will pass. Who you going into? Well, you better bring a good one. They bring nothing but a killer. They known for killers. So
you can count on them. You can count on that. Then they say they bring them when you dealing with kennels that's been around long enough that they very particular about what they bring. Very particular. You can best believe they doing a lot of shit on their yard. Because the competition trying to get some shit off the yard is gonna look too easy. Just imagine, y'all, for us bringing these dogs up and putting them on other people's shit, it was like, shit that you would do in schooling your dog. It ain't lasting long. They picking up dogs 9 minutes. But as Tony, what happened when he put that little hard-biting bitch on Red Ace? He said it was Brat. No, it wasn't Brat. It was Brat's mama. They're going to always they ain't going to never want to look bad. But you know what he did? Get that bitch off my dog. That shit didn't go but what, 4 minutes, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
What she did in 4 minutes, he was like, "Oh hell no!" He knew a killer when he saw one. I mean, killers don't come easy. Killers don't come easy. And I'm gonna tell you, I was, my whole concept and what I was putting out there, it would have to be a killer. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have some mouth on your ass. That's the first and foremost for me, the mouth. It's just what you're doing with that mouth. Is why I'm gonna like you. How you putting that mouth down is why I like you. You see what I'm saying? You got some dogs that'll scratch all night until he runs into a killer, and he'll probably scratch all night, if you gave him the opportunity. But you put that scratch all night dog on a killer, and he don't have the ability to withstand or, really change the outcome by either getting in there like he getting on you, you know what I'm saying, and changing everything that made you gain and had you winning in these good matches. Because you sure getting ready to lose if you didn't come in with enough to stop this killer from killing your ass. Your man, if he love you, he's going to come pick you up. If he don't love you, he's going to let you lay there and get murked. But you ain't winning. You're not going to win. And to me, I'm always saying this. Everybody don't have killers. Not true ones. I can literally say we proved our point that we got killers. We was breeding killers. We was producing killers. Because I seen Queen, I seen Mayday, and I seen Pandy. And all three of them dogs were killers. Lucan was a good dog, but he wasn't a killer like Mayday. Barracuda was a badass dog, but he wasn't no killer like his daddy. The closest thing that I seen that was a killer like Mayday was May, Brett, and Little Mayday. They just didn't have the style of Mayday. They had that back stifle style because we had that Grand Champion Ace injected. May had Mayday style because she was a straight killer like Mayday. I'm telling you, Mayday was a killer. That's what made him such a badass dog, because that he was. Yellow Buck was a good dog. Nico was a good dog, but they weren't killers. They would beat you because they're in a high tier, and you coming in there, jumping in there with a high tier, you better have a high tier dog. You know what I'm saying? That goes for all they shit, because they shit gonna scratch and they shit gonna fight. They may not be killers, but one thing for damn sure, one, they gonna beat her. Two, they ain't just bullshitting while they're there. And if you're not up in that tier with them, they're gonna beat you. That's what made them famous. Same with Big Mike. They dogs weren't killers. But if you ain't in that high tier on the level that they was on, because everybody can bring a killer, you best believe if you ain't got a real bulldog on that tier, you're not going to be hardcore. You can be the best conditioner in the world, you're not going to beat him. Especially if he's coming in with the dogs that, I can speak on that turned out to be great dogs. You know? So when you go to talking about the preservation of what it takes with all these damn breeding going on out here in today's world, and everybody's lining up papers and talking about dogs, where you can be a popular dog and ain't bitch shit. This is where you come from. You know, and I ain't seen a treadmill or a wall climber or a weight puller or any of that shit to match up to the thing the dog selling these dogs for today. So, you know, to me, it's a paper game. Y'all don't want to accept that. But it is a paper shuffle. And if you honestly believe that you can become famous as far as a legendary dog man in the upcoming history of where y'all at, how? How are you going to do this if you're not doing anything with them but having some good bred dogs? So what? Let me get back on the bus and get back here where I'm supposed to be and scream through a megaphone and say, y'all got some damn good bred dogs. But so what? What that mean? What that mean? Can't get mad at me. I'm way back here on the bus screaming at y'all up there because what we was doing back here is sure as hell ain't what y'all doing up there. Because what you wanted to do is have a name, whether it's going to be the dog or the kennel. There was a reason why. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to put you up there so I'm going to concur. Space agents, I'm going to concur. I hear you. Because, guys, I get beautiful pedigrees. I see beautiful pedigrees all the time. And I have no problem telling you, you got a beautiful pedigree. For real. You know, and that's about as far as I can go with it because that's all it is. You know? And if you can sell dogs with beautiful pedigrees, then hey, I think that's a good piece of money to be, to get it off. But my question again goes, why are you calling this kennel here by the kennel name? And, he's got a good bred dogs. Not one champion in that motherfucking crew. Not even a one-time winner. So I don't understand where that is compared to what I'm talking about tonight. So I want nobody to take it personal because we on two different conversations when you talking about y'all and y'all reading y'all papers compared to what we were doing and why I'm going to tell you why I can run around talking about Going Hard Dog. I can tell you about Super Kennels and why they have 357 dogs. And they just as famous as STP and his dogs with his grand champion buck dog. You know what I'm saying? Or Triple M. And his 17-0 record, but they still call them Mason dogs. You see what I'm saying? And they got great pedigrees. We all had great pedigrees. Why do we have great pedigrees? Because we were playing with great dogs. And how do we know we was playing with great dogs? Because we the ones produced the shit. And we produced them for a purpose. And evidently the purpose worked because without the purpose, why would you be talking about Going Hard Dogs tonight? Because they got good papers? And nobody gonna become legendary with good papers. What you're gonna end up with is a bunch of people running around here for the next 20 years producing a bunch of damn papers of dogs. You're going to have guys out here with a good bred dog that's going to be going over there getting straws. He's going to be out there thinking he's going to be the next Tom Gardner with him and his straws. And the next thing you're going to know, y'all going to be having a bunch of great bred damn dogs. How is that preserving? What y'all preserving? Ain't nobody, like I said, there's no confirmation, great bred dog that we can talk about a kennel. You know what I'm saying? None. Unless we step over there in the ADBA world, because these other organizations is trying to get this stuff off the ground, ain't the ADBA yet. ADBA been doing this for so long, you know, they are the architects of this shit. And unless you start getting in their world with your great bred dogs and start producing some winners over there or somewhere, what about that great bred dog gonna make that shit legendary? What about that great bred dog gonna make your kennel name worth us calling your kennel name out when we can't even say your dog's name? Y'all get me to understand that. You see what I'm saying? It's two different things. That's why in this room, we on the bus talking on a whole different conversation, just some damn papers. Because in this world over here, them papers didn't mean shit for real, and I mean for real. They don't mean shit until the dog becomes some shit. They don't become legendary until the dog either produce some shit or he got a whole yard of shit just producing some shit or winning some shit. Is the only time you can start hollering your kennel name or your dog's name, and it was worth listening. I'm pretty sure everybody want to come up with their own line. It's not hard to do, but if you want people to start talking about that line of dogs or trying to put that dog in the place of a legacy, you would have to explain to me how you gonna get this and who is gonna buy that shit. I'm talking about not the dog, I'm talking about the legacy. What are you doing to even have a legacy but having a bunch of great bred dogs? You see what I'm saying? It don't fit. You know, you're saying, everybody keeps saying the paper game, but then you'll get mad at us when we start talking about the comparison between what we see today and compared to what we was doing back then and what we seen back then. You know, y'all on two different goddamn trains, and y'all gets mad when we say that. Y'all gets mad when we say the dog the other day ain't nothing like the dog of yesterday. And we have many excuses and reasons why, because we were doing a hell of a lot more dogs back then. We can say this, you know. We don't know what y'all doing now, but we can go on what we know y'all doing now. A lot of damn paper breeding, paper selling. But how you gonna compare that to what we was doing? How you gonna tell me y'all dogs is better than what we was doing with our dogs? And our dogs are legendary. We have legacies. Where do you feel that you got legacy in just producing good bred dogs? What you mean by good bred dogs? Are you gonna show me a paper or are you gonna show me a dog? That's a good dog. Fuck your papers. What makes this dog a good dog? Huh? Not picking on you, but at least tell me you won a treadmill race, or you won 5 or 6 of them, or hit a tree and broke a record up a wall, or broke a record on the weights. How do you become a legendary when it comes to a pedigree that you want to call yours? If you ain't got no work, all you doing is showing me papers. Talk of the city, what's up, fam? I see you. But hey, ain't nobody getting mad at me, are ya? Hard way. What am I looking? No, you know I be hard way. Now you know I be missing shit. I don't get a chance to look at the chats. I just so happen to be going down through while I was talking and I seen something. especially when you're making your own breedings and winning on the top of that. Yeah, hey, that ain't no false statement, fam. That ain't no false statement. I just don't know where you want to put that at. You want to put that back here with me, or you want to put that up there with you? I'm gonna leave that back. I'm gonna take it like it, I'm taking that with me, and I concur. You know what I'm saying? I concur with that one. Oh, hey, look, Mr. Love, he knew Bill Struthers in the Legion of Doom. You know that, right? Oh, him and Bill Struthers was cool. Bobby Love, yeah, that's a legendary name up in our area. You green if you don't know Bobby Love, because you hear great dog man talking about him. Him and Bill Struthers. If we want to talk about some bugs that have some real shit and some shit that'll smash your ass, because they back in the time when Zebo and Angus and all them damn dogs was up in Ohio. Total Buster. You know what I'm saying? Kenny Gaines. Y'all sleeping on Kenny Gaines. Kenny Gaines was up there in Ohio. There was some bulldoggers up in Ohio. And we start talking about the 70s. And when we start talking about the 70s, I'll be the first to say, in the 70s, somebody named me a black dude outside of Buffalo Soldier. Bill Struthers. Mr. Bobby Love.
Pop Mason.
Yeah, Pop Mason. We talking about these is dudes where the game was filled with a bunch of, I'm just keeping it real, so I'm going to say it. Them names that I'm giving y'all right there, them names rang around the white guys back then. We talking about the ones that had all them great badass dogs. Total Buster, Zebo, Art Angus,
Kingfish,
Candy. Come on now. There was a bunch of great dogs up there. I'm going to tell you, I cannot leave out Biorio. Buffalo Soldier, if you're listening to the show, y'all know Buffalo Soldier, tell him I would be wrong to say him and not bring up Biorio from Buffalo. Because Buffalo Soldier was one of those greats. He was just as great as Mr. Love, all of them. Y'all know T-May over there at damn Lead the Legion? Yes, sir. R.I.P. R.I.P. What's up, OTW? I see you, Red. I see you, Bucky Carpenter. I see you, Red. I see you. Go ahead, lay it out there, bro. I'm going to agree with you. I'm riding with you, bro. I'm riding with you. That's right, Bucky Carpenter. But remember, Bucky had them dogs too. All that Ohio work. T-May was a legion he was a legion. Yeah, Dave Adams. Yeah. Glover and Stinson, all them boys was bad, man. Ozzy, all them boys was bad. Everybody was bad up there, man. At Fergie, Fergie. When you got Fat Bill all up in Ohio, running around. You already know he was hanging out with the homies when Tadpole and Brunson went into each other. We was them was our first steps into getting up in there, do the takeover. Grand champion Duke fought that night. I missed the Duke match, but Ohio Cash, we got in to see the Tadpole and Brunson match. Is Kingfish Kid black? Yes.
Hey, read what I got pinned up from Anthro.
Okay. Hey, Anthro asked me if it was Kingfish. I see where he asked if Kingfish was black. I told him, yeah.
You see what I got pinned up?
Yeah. He said, I first learned about the old Ohio blood from Wildfire's Tiger Leo. Yeah. And her sister champion Tish. Kingfish Kid champion Bucket looked like a bad mofo. Grand champion Art's Sons seems to be the catalyst and the grand star to Joey's and IBM. Yeah. Grand champion Art was a bad dog. He was a registered mare. Now you a grand champion and registered mare, and you come up missing. Yet you still a grand champion and registered mare. That's legacy. That's legacy. Yes, sir. So yeah. So I think we gave them justice, man, because we were able to carry forward. Remember, I just did this show, that last show. Did y'all see those pedigrees I was throwing up? And I told you about all the great dogs down in those pedigrees. That's bringing me into today's conversation. That you can look at all these badass dogs, man, I'm talking about, and guess what you're going to see? You're going to see a formula. The formula of being great and having great dogs has never changed. If there's a great dog out there, you name me one great dog to come from a nobody. I'm waiting. Show me one. Then we can't go in there and put up a bunch of damn pedigrees and he's looking like Floyd Boudreaux, Kobe, and Carver. I ain't saying that they weren't out there. My thing is why we know these names and don't know that name. Why? You see what I'm saying? There's a big difference. I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just trying to put the sound on the points, pointing it out. These are facts. There's been plenty great dog men. Michigan's full of them. Ohio is full of them. Florida is full of them. North Carolina, full of them. South Carolina, full of them. New York, Virginia. Hey, y'all understand that these are bulldoggers. How the Big Hill put it, salute to the workers. Yeah, tonight I'm saluting the legacy of the workers, the legendary workers. The ones that paid their dues, from back then when Bobby Love and all them great dog men and Bill Struthers and them and all the other great dog men of that time in the 70s, in the early 80s. Because at the end of the early 80s, by the time it came to the end of the 80s, there was a whole new structure being built. In that structure, guess what? I had the opportunity to, hey, I don't care whether y'all hate me saying it, I'm going to say it. I feel like it's a privilege to have my name on that list, whether you like to hear that or not. we have a hell of a background, and I don't mind talking about them going hard dogs and showing them champions and all the great dogs you're gonna see going hard in. You know, and I am a representative of Akron, Ohio. Even though I live in Florida, I am one of them Ohio boys. Gonna always be. That's my home. I live in Florida, but Ohio is my home. My career began in North Carolina, but my home is Ohio. And in the years to come, them going hard dogs, you're gonna be. I want to be sitting back one day. You know, I may be dead and gone, and somebody bring up them GHK dogs and shit. When we start talking about the 70s, the 80s, and then we get into them 90s. We talk about them boys from Ohio, and I can stand up in there with Loctite, Mile, Behinds, and all them other great dog men in the state of Ohio. You know what I'm saying? Those guys like them, their names is stitched right up there with Bill and Mr. Love and Buffalo Soldier and Biorio and all them other great dog men. Their names is stitched in history. And their names was stitched in, you know, part of a legacy long before I got my name to even be included. I told you, I'm at the bottom of the totem pole. And if you go to ringing this shit into it and start really looking into our dogs, we have a lot more dogs. And we can say that we have put our shit to the test, and we'll show you a whole bunch of champions and compare that to all this other shit I'm talking tonight. And you're going to see why we belong there. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're going hard dogs, and we're not running around with one name. We got more than just a brat. But yeah, Mike.
Yeah. Hold on. Keep going down, checking out the chat. Sound like you're trying to make it. I mean, there's not too much more you can say.
No.
Hey, want to give a big shout out to Dog Shit Lewis Villain. What up, fam? He said, our cat. Let me pin him up right quick. He said, our cat had more dogs than Mayday, like Crash and Psycho. Well,
he did.
He told his story in the interview about the dogs that he did have prior to even coming out. I think he had them paddling dogs.
Yeah, he used to be part of the Latin Boys, LBK.
Mm-hmm.
Which used to be the Latin Boys. Victor needed to change up. He was tired of losing with what he was working with. You know, yes, he had a lot more dogs. Hey, he just didn't have Mayday. He had Champion Choice and Champion Dragon Lady. You know? But he produced, the man produced all those champions, at least 16 of them. Well, I can say 16 of them. No, I got to say, well, he produced, yes, he did. He produced at least 16, I would say 16 of those great dogs out of the 18 that I know of. It used to be 17 until I had a little Mayday, so just thought, you know. Two of those dogs he did not produce, but two of those dogs definitely came off of Mayday. That was Little Mayday and Brat. The rest of them damn dogs that I remember came down off of Mayday. Victor did it. So, you know, not taking nothing away from Victor, but Mayday made him famous. And it was the people who made Mayday famous after Mayday's fighting career. Y'all catching what I'm saying? We made Victor famous by taking his dogs and winning with him. Even though I bred the Mayday and won with Mayday, let's talk about the dog that Victor produced that he had all them champions out there and wasn't none of them campaigned by Victor. That's what made Mayday famous. Victor produced all them dogs except for Brat and Little Mayday. I know damn well, I was one of the first to breed to the damn dog because didn't nobody even know he existed at the time that I saw him. I'm pretty sure all the boys up in New York, I don't know what the boys saw in Florida, but I can tell you one thing, them boys up in that New York area and Jersey area knew who the hell he was. Okay? And so did Puerto Rico. They knew who Mayday was before Mayday ever became famous because Mayday went in there and left a mark in his footprint, him, Choice, and Dragon Lady. Yes, he did have Crash and Psycho, but they came, remember he had Champion Mikey. Champion Mikey bred the Dolly, what produced our champion, our Psycho, the dog that went through out of 17 minutes. That dog came off of Dolly. Psycho was off of Dolly. Our Psycho was Mayday's half brother. Crash was a game one. He was game though. He wasn't no killer. He fought all night, but he wasn't no killer. I keep telling y'all, Mayday was a killer. Choice was a killer. Dragon Lady was a good dog. Choice was a killer and Mayday was a killer. Them dogs was fast lane. And when I say they was fast lane, I mean, there's like Queen of Heart, like Pandy. I got to throw my boy Pit Dog in there, like Jigger. When you got dogs, man, that can win matches into real stiff competition, and you ain't there but 30 minutes, that says a lot. And you're doing this on a regular basis, where to the point where guys know when they go into you, they know what you're coming with. You ain't got to ask around. If anything, they gonna come to you and tell you who you say you're going to do. Oh, are they coming with a killer now? Well, which one? They got a bunch of them, bro. I don't know which one they bring them, but they bring killers. Man, you bullshit. I'm gonna put that gameness on their ass. I'm gonna throw that blind. I'm gonna do that. Okay, well, I'm just letting you know, bro. They bring killers. You better have a good one. You better have a good one. And that's how it was. You and your matching dogs, we want to hear the hype. We don't mind. Just make it happen. See, that's the legacy that I'm talking about when it came to, the building of the legacy of good bred dogs. Like I said, there were so many guys, that had good bred dogs who was able to win with them. Now look at Mechanic and those dogs. Look at all them champions and registered mirrors that Bob Lyon had on his yard. I mean, why were they so great? Because of their pedigree? Come on, y'all don't believe that, do you? All these great dogs had great pedigrees. All of them had great pedigrees. There's not too many of all these dogs that we talk about in these kennels. When we go do our research and do your studies and understand what a good dog is and what really made that dog such a good dog, and then why did it work? And then why was it able to carry on the legacy through its breedings? The kennel plays a big part in that, and you can best believe that. And those who have the formula and understand literally how to reproduce it, and not just reproduce it, but to use it. What better way to have a dog that you done reproduced? What did you reproduce? Some badass dogs like the genetics that was bought from back there, the formula. You can be able to move the formula and move forward with it, and that formula is going right on along with you, and you playing the smart game like we played the smart game, understanding that, then these dogs that I'm talking about going to become your dogs. They'll be saying your name. Make sense, right? It only makes sense. It's not hating on nobody, but it's definitely being truthful. You have a damn thing to do about a pedigree until the dog became worth even looking at his pedigree. You know what I'm saying? You got to give me a dog before you give me a pedigree. If I'm going to breed to some bad shit, it's going to be some bad shit that's got a pedigree. And I prefer breeding to some shit that was coming down off a winning pedigree, and the daddy was a winner. That's why I always bred the champions. Because I'm looking at, I got to raise a bunch of damn puppies. I don't want to raise a bunch of damn puppies just based on the damn dog breeding. You know what I'm saying? That's why I figure like this. You give me a champion that's got a nice ass pedigree, that's got a formula that I feel I can match up with my shit, then I believe that I have a better percentage of getting champions or a champion. I don't give a damn. I can just get one. Just give me one, something to play with. The fact of the matter is, to get it, then you just started a legacy, not from what you're doing. You're helping your dog's sire, or dam, or both, because now you're being able to do with your litter that made you want to go breed today's shit. A couple more of them moves, now it can become your shit. But you see how that worked the whole time, though? It takes work. Work. You know? I don't live in 2026. You know what I mean? I don't indulge in 2026. I'm only giving you guys historical notes and historical facts to give you something to weigh, understand, study, figure it out. Because if you're not doing that and you're working with paper, don't you think somebody need to be smart enough to carry this information into the future, so when it gets lost, you still got it, and you might be the one with the damn, what they call it, the Holy Grail. This information and understanding, for those who understand what I'm saying tonight, at the rate y'all going with all this puppy peddling paper shit, you may be the key to holding the Holy Grail. If this shit continues to be going like it's going and y'all shit keep getting watered down, we're going to be having shows doing pedigrees, having to go way back to the 10th generation to understand what we're looking at. There's going to come a time where we're going to have to start going all the way back to the back, far as we can go, to some shit that we recognize, just to understand all the way up from the back there to the front what you was literally working with. Because everything in between, we don't know shit about it. We just know that we got to start way back here and see it was well put together all the way up here. So that makes it a good breed if you understand what the back was doing and what the back looks like. Because everything between that and up here we don't see shit else. But we know there's the blood there because what we see right there in the back. Because a lot of these dogs now, y'all need to be walking around carrying 16 generation pedigrees to understand what y'all talking about. Man, what you think about this, Shaq? First of all, I don't know a damn dog here in the first 6 generations. You got a bigger one, you got one I can go back, okay? Because I'm going to have to go back. Because all I'm looking at is, there's no recognizable name. But when I get back there and look a little further, yeah, okay, I see. Oh, they kept that shit tight. Oh, that kept that shit tight. They did some nice line breeding. And then I can tell you, yeah, that's a good lineup. They did, they was doing the formula, using like a mug now. They kept it tight. Oh, it's legit. But I'm talking about your papers. I'm talking about the dog. I'm talking about the papers. What sense would I be saying, man, what are you doing? Is he doing anything? It would be almost ridiculous to say that today. That's not really a question you even need to be asking anybody today. You got to be in a whole different conversation than the one I'm on. You got to be back here on the bus with me, understanding what I'm saying to y'all now. You got to stand here on where I'm standing to understand what I'm saying. You might not like what I'm saying, but I'm standing back here, way back here down there 30 years ago, and I'm looking forward and seeing how it's changed. Remember, I used to make this crack about the Indian. Indians used to run the United States. This used to be their land before everybody took it. But just to sit there and they used to have this commercial with this Indian be standing there and he's looking at all the factories, all the smoke. You know what I'm saying? He's looking at the trash dumps all over the damn place with a bunch of garbage. You know what I mean? He's looking at his fields that he used to run around in with his bow and arrow and all that shit. There's buildings there now.
You like that?
And then right there toward the end of the commercial, you see a tear coming down his eye. You can see that tear coming. What was he broken heart over? Because they took something good and fucked it up. It didn't change the geographics. The geographics didn't change. You see what I'm saying? Now you had the nerve to talk about me while you over there choking. You must have drunk some of that Gatorade too while you was talking, huh? I just took it. I have to mute you. Hold on, I got you. But look at it like I'm saying. Look, it did not change the geographic. So even though I'm back here 20 years, 30 years, and then I'm looking, and I can say that those guys back there on my world, when they go back 20 years, and look at what we was doing, I'm pretty sure there was a few of them that got mad. And a lot of them old schools got out. You just got to understand why they got out. Because there was a lot of things changed by the time it got to us. The whole concept changed. Don't forget. I've been through the 90s with y'all. Y'all, it's evident that y'all can see where it changed. It started from 88, 89, 90s, and then everything was, by the time it got into the mid-90s, it was a whole new game. But guess what that game consisted of? Some of the greatest dogs. They talk about all that old shit, but what in them 90s and 2000, some of the greatest dogs were produced in the history of the dog game. The greatest. They can look back there on the 70s and we had those great dogs, but don't be for them, we wouldn't have had those great dogs to be able to put it all together because it all had a lot to do with the very dogs that was back there with Tudor Diabo and all them other dogs. But don't be for them. Don't be for them. What we would have had in the 90s, in the 80s, when we started feeling ourselves, now we the ones putting them down. And it ain't easy. Zebo, Art, all them gone now. But we using their shit. We using their lines. The concept never changed. We still dealing with the Diabos and the Kobe's and the Carvers. Everything down there falls back into that lap. But we had greater dogs. I swear we did. You put Zebo on Jigger, that would have been a hell of a fight. Because if Zebo went down there over an hour with Hubcap, then come on. Jigger would have killed both of them. Satan was probably to me, was one of the baddest, 45-pounder, you know what I'm saying? That a lot of you guys don't know about. Ohio know who Grand Champion Satan is. And a lot of other people would know if I was always throwing his pedigree up there. It doesn't have any famous great names that y'all would know of. But if I was to throw his record up there and you go down that list and see all them badass kennels he won 5 on, you would only respect that more than his pedigree. So when I talk to you about his badass, that's where I'm taking you. Damn his pedigree. Let me show you what kind of bulldog he was and who he whooped. Now, when I show you that pedigree, you're going to go up there and try to do a little bit more paying attention into it and looking at it. Compared to me throwing you a pedigree and, and call him Grand Champion Satan, and that's all you got to go on. No, you're going to respect that work before you respect that pedigree, and you know it. If you're a real dogger, that work going to make you look at that pedigree. You ain't got no work. I'm going to be glancing over that pedigree. Because what you building for? Again, what are we talking about? We talk about I'm that Indian standing out there looking. Even got a little tear coming down my eye. Look at all this shit. I'm done. I'm starting to go there, and I don't want to go there. Because it's not too many people can go out here and say what I'm saying right now. So being I got the opportunity to say it, I'm going to say it. And y'all know I'm not lying. History was made long before I came along. We just part of the legacy of that history. Feel me? Either it's your dog or your kennel. In each one of them instances, you ain't going to show me a damn great dog, show me a legacy kennel that ain't got that old shit back there in their pedigree. That's what you call preserving. When you can damn near go way back to the Diabo and find Diabo in your pedigree. Go back there and find that Carver shit and that Kobe shit in your pedigree. Anybody got a Red Boy and a whole bunch of other shit. Eli, there's so many branches of that puzzle that great dogs came out of. That's what you call preservation. And we ain't talking about no good pedigree. We're talking about the dogs that made the pedigrees. Because in that history, that's what this shit is consistent to. If you can't be consistent to that, where's your preservation? Only in the paperwork. And it come a time where a title don't mean shit. Because it won't be none. Because there's nobody climbing trees. Ain't nobody trying to treadmill. Ain't no Jeep Red Boy Cross doing shit to preserve shit. Unless it's underground. And ain't nobody, this game, if there's a game out there considered being the underground, it ain't nothing like the 90s. So you stop trying to compare that shit to the 90s, because you can't even make it to the 70s and the 60s. You don't hear me say nothing about the 80s, because the 80s was just during the transition. See, the 80s was trying to, the old soldiers was backing down, and there was a whole new push coming. And that pushed right into the 90s and blew up. Those times aren't there no more. Like I said, I'm that Indian standing over there. It used to be my country. Now I'm standing over it, looking out there at it, and they done took it from me and left it to y'all. And I'm like that Indian standing there looking out over that shit and got a tear coming down my eye. For what? Because y'all ruined the shit. You're ruining shit. Facebook, WhatsApp, all this shit has nothing to do with what I was doing 30 years ago. I'm sorry. Where all these great dogs came from. And those before them. And those before them. How are you going to try to get mad when a motherfucker say, y'all is nowhere close? You want to be so damn bad. But at the same time you saying that you ain't doing nothing but showing me a pedigree. Y'all might be able to put down some pretty pedigrees, but I don't want to have to start way back there in the 10th and 11th or the 12th generation to figure out what you had was well put together and y'all was able to maintain that all the way throughout these years. That's some real nice shit. But it's only on paper. I'm sorry, it's a difference. I can accept the papers if you can accept that your shit ain't my shit. You're not preserving the same things that we were preserving in my time, that our responsibility was based on what was going on in the 1930s all the way up to our time. It's not the same. And I don't see nobody taking some great bred dog just coming out of that time and doing anything positive to it to be able to be calling it a legacy. A legacy, because it's a good papered dog, is not enough for me. And I'm pretty sure in time, when it become enough for y'all, this game is, the American Pit Bull might as well join the world of the bullies. Because having a good bred dog is what it takes today. You know what I'm saying? That's where it's headed. Because there's no qualifications, no accolades or any of those things required in today's pit bulls. So don't tell me there's preservation going on here with the blood. I don't want to hear that shit. What good is the blood if it ain't doing shit? Again, I'm that Indian standing out there amongst the world 30 years ago, and I'm only looking, about from my time to y'all time. So don't take it personal. But as a whole, y'all know I'm telling the truth. And for those who's feeding dogs in today's time, I know it feels funny to hear that. It's easy to speak it, but to be it is totally different. And I do understand because we're living in two different times, two different worlds. Because anybody's out here flinging shit on Facebook, I would say either they're fools or they fakes. Anybody running around out here Instagram and shit, talking, I'm trying to tell you, either, You can't be real. Because if you was, then I wouldn't be one to have no dogs at my house when they come knocking on your door. But you running your mouth out here, bragging about your shit because you want it so bad. Oh, okay. Now when they come knocking on your door and just so happens they see the same dog you had on Facebook all scarred up, looking like he a one-time winner, or you didn't grab one of your boys running because you had an opportunity to see some shit, want to put it out here. So for some odd reason you feel like you want to be internet famous. Just don't be feeding no dogs, because when they come, you don't want to have no dogs on your yard. For for all those, and especially in this room, the way who we are, you could damn near best believe this room being monitored all the time. We could probably have some undercover people over there that's assigned just to sit here and watch our damn show. Just imagine that. Why wouldn't it be? Because there's not too many other podcasts that can do what we do, who are actually done to do. You know what I'm saying? And it don't take a rocket scientist to see that. So we have to be very careful in this room, because this is not Facebook. This is not Instagram. This show is not meant for none of that shit, because what we do is speak on historical shit that can get none of y'all in trouble. And as long as everybody understands them rules right there, it can't get us in trouble. So y'all better pay attention. For those, that wants to feel like, this is WhatsApp. This is not WhatsApp. You know what I mean? You can go back and replay this shit. You can go back 4 years and pull up a lot of shit. This show is not meant for y'all. It's meant for the past. And for us to, give y'all the past so y'all can make your own decisions on what y'all consider preservation of the great dogs that y'all leaving behind, and the legacy of so many great dog men. Like I said, if I had a book, I would have as many of them I can remember in my book. And I know a lot of them. But I would literally like to prefer, being able to, I just don't have the money. But imagine me going around and getting interviews with these guys just for them to be in my book. Because just like the rap say, they all was lit. They all have a story to tell. They're all part of that preservation of the history of the dog game. That's what I would love to do, to be able to put that together. And I'm not just trying to be on no color scene, because there's the Yankee boys, RC and the So-So boys, there's just so many other great ones, Mr. Kimmer, Doucette, Pac-Man. There's so many in New York. I would have a whole, if I could break my book down and start running through the states and the great dog men that came out of these places. You know what I'm saying? Y'all would be blown. Y'all would love that book, because that's the history. This is the real shit. This is the kind of shit that I can, I would probably have to have a 5th edition. There's so many of them out there with those great dogs. And I'm talking about dogs that had formulas that was winning, and they had dog men that made them famous. Through one way or the other, going to jail, getting the dogs taken, that history stopped. But that doesn't mean, that their history is gone forever. A lot of you people didn't even know who Bill Struthers was. You know what I'm saying? And Bill Struthers was back there in the 80s, early 70s doing dogs. Bobby Love, all them, back then. They had great dogs. Buffalo Soldier, Biorio, hey, the Bishop Brothers, Randy B, all them New York boys. Come on now. Sean B, Andy and Bad Company, Rock City. Man, come on. I still remember Kango, Champion Kango. I still remember Champion Ninja. I think he picked up the championship for those boys up in York. You know what I'm talking about? Pittman's Champion Ninja. I thought he did win 3. But I know I saw him with a champion, for number 2. But them New York dogs, along with, the Gator boys, the Geno boys, Jersey boys. I mean, man, let me tell y'all something. When you hear these names, go do your research and look at the pedigrees. Now, these got pretty pedigrees. All these guys got pretty pedigrees. But guess what? They was them workers. And they all was worthy of being talked about. They're all worthy into being part of history because in the legacy of the dog game, every one of these dudes I'm mentioning were famous. Legendary dog men. And their dogs. Not the pedigrees. The dog men and their dogs. Just as big as Zebo and all them other great dogs. There was dogs that came down after them that was greater than them. And that's why I enjoy sitting here bringing that light to you to get these real bulldoggers, and what I call real bulldoggers, them philanthropists who wants to hear what it was like, know what it was like, feel what it was like, coming from the horse's mouth. You know what I'm saying? Coming from the horse's mouth. And a lot of them other horses are in this room that I speak for. Right here in this house right here. A lot of great dog men have told me they watch this show. A lot of great dog men be in this show. There's a reason why. I mean, I got great kennels like the ones that I get a chance to see up in here, and Triple M and Mau Mau and all the guests that we had, all legendary dog men. Hey, before I leave here, I'm going to make damn sure either they're going to be in a book or they're going to be in a Hall of Fame. Because how can I be there and they not? There's a whole bunch of them that need to be in there before me. That's just because I got caught up in the now because of YouTube. And, my autobiography rates me to be there even though I'm the gatekeeper. Because everybody behind me, and I've never hid that fact, I could never be on their level as far as what they did in the game. Because I would never want to step up and try to be anything bigger than them when they was big as you can be. And just me wanting to be a part of that and like them is what elevated me. Because I seen how they got there. And that's like me knowing how they got there. And I worked my hand to be there. So take that, guys, as really a learning piece of material, because that's exactly what I did. I learned. I had great teachers. I had great information. Don't let that get away in 2026 where y'all don't have nothing. At least carry something with you. So when this shit dies, you have a space capsule where you can open up and bring back what was lost. Even if it's only for entertainment purposes. You know? Only if it's entertainment purposes. Because that's the future. How are you going to have a future without a past? And if you try to have a future without the past, then what it's going to look like when you become the past? And what happens to our past? Because it has totally changed. Think about it. Understand what this show is about. Understand what I'm talking about. Thank y'all for listening. Anybody got any questions? You know, I got 2 good thumbs up, man, on anybody. If anybody understood me tonight. You know, and I really hope they do. I see them Legion of Dooms up there, OTW. That's a when I say homeboy, that's a homeboy. That's my boys right there. Hey, they from the act right. Not the land, not the natty, not the bus. Not the clean, not the land. No, that's the act right.
Hey, well, while you're doing that, I want to give a big shout out to the masked man. I see you. The Hardway Kennels been keeping it strong, holding it down. I see you, fam. I didn't want to jump in there with Mo running his mouth because he said I was disrupting, but I see y'all.
Well, you go ahead and holler out now, man, because I'm done, Cole.
Okay, cool.
I hope they enjoyed it because I think I was on some serious shit. Hopefully, give you guys, the guys out there, the chance to, you know, I like to see them when they go out there and they try to discuss shows like my show. You know what I mean? It's really hard to do when you ain't me, but it's very interesting and I enjoy watching them. You know what I mean? Some make good points and then some just be totally lost. You can't hate on something that's real unless you don't know what real look like. Okay. I'm cool. Love y'all.
Shout out to my man Carlos Reagans. What up, fam? Hard Scratcher. What up, fam? Hard Scratcher said, hold on, let me get it up here. Damn, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, and Alabama don't get no love? What? Man, let me explain something to you right quick. Hard Scratcher. Them the hometown boys down through there. But then again, you know, I ain't trying to get all loud and everything. Yeah, they was back there in the day, but they always been there. That area is an area within itself. Got a couple dogs down that way, man. My son live right there in Alabama. My nephew right there in Louisiana. So you already know.
Got my boy down in Texas. We hang out in Mississippi. Come on.
They get all the love. What?
Those who know. Those who don't. Okay.
You don't need to know.
You don't need to know.
That's right.
But yeah, man, we can ride them all. Preservation.
I'm just trying to grind it down.
What's
Jay
up,
Green? Hey, look, man, I got my man Jay Green, Frederick Hosbob in the house. What up, fam?
What up, Frederick? Ain't seen you in a while, B.
Frederick said that Paladin Mayday crosses was curves.
Well, you know, Paladin never made much of shit any damn way. There was, if any help, if it wasn't Mayday needed Paladin, it was Paladin needed Mayday. You know, everything ain't supposed to work. If you want to know the truth, there's more courage being produced every fucking day than it is anything great. Let's talk about it.
I had to go around the corner to the other circle too.
It's so bad. It's so bad that don't nobody want to check shit. You know.
Again, big shout out to the man doctor. What up, friend?
I'm sorry, Anthony Bulldog. How you gonna tell him, say the Macho Buck don't? Man, Macho Buck came down off of 357. Well, who did he look like then? And I don't, you know, and you giving Miss Leakey too much help. Because what I tell you about the breeder, without Miss Leakey being bred to the right male, she wouldn't have been fucking shit. Remember, she got bred to the champion. That bitch wasn't no champion. There you go on that paper gum shit. That's paper gum talk. It ain't got nothing to do with Mayday. You know, they don't, you know, they want to put down Mayday, but they don't want to talk about Palin. You know, yeah, he got stuck back there in the past because he didn't ever have shit to bring to the front. He died out. Trying to breed to Mayday, a great dog. Palin ain't on that damn list. Palin ain't nowhere close in the top 10.
Victor got turned off by the motherfuckers. That's how he wound up moving on the Mayday shit.
He moved past that Latin boy shit. You know, all that Eli and that shit like that. Palin and them didn't do nothing. And what about Grand Champion Pedro? He was a registered man. When the last time y'all seen Grand Champion Pedro dog? Shit, he just fucked up his goddamn the Palin stuff. Well, he looked, his throwback was Miss Leakey, but I'm sorry, you're talking about looks. I'm talking about performance. Because the last I remember, Macho Buck was the grand champion. Where the hell is there a grand champion anywhere near goddamn Miss Leakey? She was bred to a champion, a damn good one. Come on now. That shit might work over there in one of them other rooms, but you were definitely taking that analogy the wrong way over here, because I'm going to keep you right. I ain't going to let that crazy ass talk get over me, and I ain't trying to get on you. But you listen to what you're saying. You saying it to me. If I'm telling you it don't make no sense, then before you open your mouth, analyze what I'm saying, then speak. Because if you listen to what I'm telling you there, anthropology, you wouldn't say nothing. Macho Buck was a throwback back in the ability as well. You look, I mean, we ain't talking about looks. We ain't talking about looks. We're talking about work. And Macho Buck, look, remember how Macho Buck was bred. Okay, don't let me have to remind you how Macho Buck was bred, because you know I know, especially when I'm the first one that bred a Mayday Stone City dog. All right, but you were talking about looks. Now you want to get down into ability, and you already, again, you're going somewhere you don't even know what you're talking about, because where did the ability come from? Are you going to try to put that all on Grand Champion Buck? What about Yellow? You gonna throw Yellow out? Huh? Come on, man. Yeah, that shit makes sense to other people, but it don't make sense to me. One can't do without the other. And let me remind you, the smart thing that they did is when they took Miss Leakey Miss Leakey and took her to who they brought her to make 357, because 357 was the champion. Let's always remember that. $357 wasn't bred to no champion bitch. Ain't no champion bitch out there creating no grand champion macho buck. Tell that shit to somebody who don't know what they talking about, or don't know what you talking about and disagreeing with your ass, so they can go to somebody else's show and act like they know what the hell they talking about. You're going to try to tell me about ability. I want to hear, where did the ability come from? Again, you have no idea what you're talking about. Buck was a rough-ass dog, flat out. Macho Buck was a rough-ass dog, flat out. Buckus was a good dog. 357 was a badass dog. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about 357 like he wasn't shit. Better hold that down. He was a champion. And by the way, Buckus did get picked up. 357 won all his shit. 357's favorite, Miss Leakey. Well, I think 357, you know, we talking about Macho Buck or 357? Because we back on that look shit when, come on now. I ain't on the look thing. He might have favored Miss Leakey, but he didn't. Miss Leakey wasn't no winner. The only thing he kind of in common with her was her color. Okay? Thank you, Showtime. All Macho Buck had was Miss Leakey's color. That was it. That's why we breed the champions, because our expectations of why we breed the champions, it ain't because of the way they look, it's because of the way they work. That's the point. Down that look, down the pedigree. The only time the pedigree gonna mean what but damn is if the pedigree's put together and we do what this pedigree set up to do, then this is how we get Macho Buck. If I remember correctly, Macho Buck come down off of Stone City Mayday shit. Brethren 2, 357. So, I mean, come on now. The damn dog was put together. Can't put one better together than that. Macho or macho. Macho or macho. Off of Mayday and Blondie. Where Macho Buck comes down from. Thank God for 357. Okay, because you name me one other dog out there that macho or macho through better than Macho Buck. Okay, 357 is Macho Buck Daddy. Can't be giving credit somewhere where it ain't due. So you want to analyze something, you better go analyze that top side. I mean, that bottom side. You know what I'm saying? That macho and macho. Okay? talking to the man when it comes down to breaking that shit down now. Before I shut this bitch down, I had you, we be looking at that pedigree. And I'll point it out there and teach you something so the next time you add that into your book because you're a pretty smart dude. I'm just going to give you some flavor that you need to hear so you can present yourself a little better when you step up to me with that shit. I might work on somebody else that don't know no better. That shit don't fly with me, man. Don't come in here trying to teach me shit about no damn dog. I got the classroom today. I'm the teacher. Okay? Well, you see, but then guess what? Bulldogology, then you need to. How you gonna get true facts if you don't even know what the hell you talking about? If you ain't got true facts. Well, trust me, my man, like I said, when that breeding was made to produce them dogs, Tony came and talked to me because I had the shit on the ground already, kicking ass. You know what I'm saying? There, showtime. Macho was a good dog, but he ain't produced shit. No. Or Macho. No. They were good dogs. They were bred good, but they ain't baby. Remember, the first Mayday Stone City cross, I got a registered mare and a 2-time winner out the deal. A registered mare that got 4 champions. How you gonna have such a discussion with me? I can say that. Who else can? You better get me, Mike. Mike, you there? Uh-oh, hold on. I guess he put himself on pause. Okay. You there, Money?
I'm sitting here, man. Let me go off, man.
Okay, I'm not. You know, you got me reading the chat. Something I don't do.
Well, no. You handle it the way you're supposed to be handled because, again, Anto, you already know. This ain't my first time with him running into you like that. He should know better. But if he don't, I'm going to let you just finish eating him like you are, because how he going to tell you anything?
Right.
And that's what I'll tell you and let him try to, because the more he keeps trying to go after you, all he's doing is digging his hole even deeper.
Right, because he's looking like, you know, you're looking like you that don't work over here, man. You don't know what you're talking about, son. And I'll be the first to tell you. And I can point it out and show you and get deeper than that. But I'm the one that, when it comes to that line of dogs, let me tell you, I even get on macho bucks sometime. You know, and super kennels my peeps. And I would love to have bred to 357.
Brat to him? Oh, yeah.
Brat to 357, I'd have showed you one better than Macho Buck. And Lord knows he's lucky he was playing around in Texas and not motherfucking Florida or up there in Ohio some damn where. Not taking nothing away from him because I got his blood on my yard. But I'm riding on him on the fact that I know what that blood carries. You know what I'm saying? So I'm riding it out. I mean, you got some of the best buck dogs right there in them dogs right there. And that's for real. 357 wasn't no bum. And Miss Leakey produced some great dogs too. Shit, them Gaston dogs, come on now. Them Gaston dogs, them Ratlip dogs, all that buck shit, STP dogs, Patrick dogs, you know, all the Patrick shit, period. When it comes down to that buck stuff, if you knew how to breed it, you best believe you could use it. Why you think Grand Champion Buck is in that top 5 on the males? Yeah, he's still up there in that top 5. You know, and Miss Leakey, she's not too far behind. You know? And I don't think it has nothing to do with the pedigree. I think it has a lot to do with the dogs. You know, if anything, the least we accept when it comes to us and breeding our dogs, the least we can expect or accept is we really don't want nothing less than the parent. What we really want is something better than the parent. You see what I'm saying? 3657 created a grand champion. How about that? You better get me, Mike. I'm done, man. How many people gonna run around there and talk that kind of shit? Who was Macho Buck Daddy? Let's not forget who Macho Buck Daddy. Grand Champion Macho Buck Daddy. Who is his name? What's his name? Let me make you say it. I'm gonna make you say it. Grand Champion Macho Buck Daddy is Super Kennels Champion 357. Give a damn how he was bred. We just know his daddy was Champion 357. We ain't got to try to analyze that pedigree. When all we got to do is look at that champion. I breed the champions. That's the only thing I care about. I wouldn't give a damn what's behind him. Macho wasn't no champion. Macho wasn't no damn champion. They might have had to sit in the bloodline, but their Macho Buck Daddy was a champion. Period. Coming up all them bitch. And you best believe evolution knew what the hell they was doing to get that breeding, because they sure needed it. Now, there's more Stone City dogs registered and married. And you know it. More registered marriages came out of them Stone City dogs and them Mayday dogs than that Miss Leakey shit, even though she's a registered married. But I have to tell you what it is what it is. And when I say that, I back that up. Because you do your homework, you'll see I'm saying what I'm saying for a reason. Because it's the truth.
Well, it should still the foundation of what anything that we still maintain throughout the years. So
yeah. Man, look, there's some badass dogs now. Y'all sleeping on Spartacus. Y'all better wake up. And y'all really sleeping on the Michael Myers shit. That's motherfucking Macho Buck. Too good, damn the good dog coming down out of that Macho Buck stuff.
I'm just saying.
I'm giving him a class. I hope he get off the show and go rewind and listen to me and then go do his research, teach him something. He learned a little bit more because he ain't no bad dude, you know? And he talk like he know what he's talking about. But when you come up in this room, we don't need your education because you don't know enough. You need a little bit more time. You need a little bit more experience before you come shooting off up in here thinking you're acting like you know what you're talking about.
Fucking with you, Mo. Just go ahead and say it. Don't come fucking with me because you know.
What if so say, how anybody around there and talk to God? You ain't gonna win. You know, you're not gonna win if you come up in here with some bullshit. Can't nobody else talk like me because they ain't got the experience that I got. And I'm going to keep it real because I know the truth. Running that Doucette in the original Bounty Hunter. We got Mad Doctor talking shit. He said that grand championship, Nooney lost to Luther. But New York was, shoot. Nooney produced New York. Ain't that right there, Mad Doctor? Yes, sir. Well, I mean, there was a lot of dogs that lost to Luther, though. Doc, you know what I'm saying?
7.
9.
Right. Well, was it 9?
9. The record, he killed 7 straight before the one got off the hook on number 8.
Ain't that the one that ran off the pit?
Mm-hmm. That's right. Nooney, you'll find Nooney's name in that New York. Wasn't that New York Junior that lost? Doctor, you know I'm going to ask it. Wasn't that New York Junior that lost? I don't think it was New York. I think it was New York Junior that lost. He was just as good as his daddy, though. We talking about some dogs that the class was going bound to happen because wasn't nobody scared of either one of them. New York, or New York Junior. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they got on. Wasn't nobody scared of them, or they would never been New York would have never made grand champion. Nobody was, this is even with his reputation, wasn't nobody scared of him. Same thing with his son, New York Junior. Wasn't nobody scared of him, and this time somebody put something on his ass, you know what I mean, and knocked him off, knocked off New York Junior.
And they was up in a hot ass area too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and who was that up there on the board? I mean, hey, look, he giving classes.
That's the Hardway Kennels letting them know.
Hardway over giving. I'm gonna sit on down and let Hardway and them take over then. You know what I'm saying? Because he giving classes. He had to set shit straight. Gaston dogs are buck dog. Right up a grand champion buck. And so is the Ratliff dog. The Ratliff dogs got a whole lot of damn Gaston shit in them. For them two dudes to be going into each other every once in a while, they was swapping dogs and breeding dogs too now. Let's not forget that part. You damn Skippy. You're going to see some Ratliff dogs that's Gaston dogs.
But you remember, you was basically saying that the last show. You was showing them though. Hey, you remember this name right here? You remember this dog right here? You're gonna see this dog in a lot of your pedigrees. When we was talking about them Buckers dogs.
But my man, he went from one thing to the other. Now he's back to looking at like. Man, nobody give a damn about what them dogs look like. What that got to do with anything, man? Looking alike don't mean shit now. Because you look like the dog, you have traits of the dog. There's no guarantees. There's not much of. It's a good point he's making. Yeah. That's a good point. But
can you get
come
that?
On now. We ain't on the looking shit. That's all. I'm trying to tell you, we ain't on the looking shit. Shit, they had a breeding where they bred grand champion Satan. I think it was her daughter, Satan's daughter, or one of them. They took a straw off of Luther. Now, keep in mind, Luther was back in the day. So, my question has always been, if you pull straws on Luther, where is Grand Champion Duke's straws? You see what I'm saying, Money?
Yeah.
Hey.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying, Money?
Because that's basically saying they knew about it prior to Duke.
Right. If they had Luther sperm, why in the hell would you not have Duke sperm? You know?
A grand champion.
Yeah. Not only a grand champion, he beat Robert T. That would have been the first reason why I'd have had some straws on him. So I always, scratch my head on that one. You know what I'm saying?
You always scratching your head when it don't sound right, Mom. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait, what the hell? You're right, Hardway. That's what you said about the Going Hard dogs.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I'm telling you, that's why I'm letting you teach the class now. You doing a pretty goddamn good job with it. You sure is. That's why I'm laying down. You're definitely right. But those are good conversations, man. You got, I like keeping that information clean, because this is how people take information and they try to go out and be smart with it. You know what I'm saying? And that's why there's so many false statements and false stories and it look like Miss Leakey. What the hell does look got to do with genetics when it comes to that motherfucker being a grand champion? Somebody explain that one to me. Am I missing something here? I mean, that sounds like a conversation I would have in somebody else's room. Okay? I just don't understand that being a conversation on what a dog color look like when it comes to this damn dog being a champion. I just don't understand that. So I jumped out there and attacked it so, viciously. I didn't mean to. It just don't make no sense. What matter does it be when you kind of put it into a saying like fuck 357? You know what I'm saying, Mike?
Hey, that bothered you more.
No, I ain't like it. Especially when you're saying something, and I look over there and see you a student out there trying to be a teacher. And I'm gonna ask you what grade you in. You're gonna be in kindergarten.
No, he that student. He that student has the knowledge to be smarter than the teacher in some cases.
Well, everybody wants to be smarter than the teacher, and the teacher wants them to be smarter than the teacher. I want everybody to be smarter than me. Well, I'm teaching you, but at least I'm going to teach you with the truth. You can't come in with the goofy shit trying to be the teacher now. I'm going to put you over there in the corner if you can continue misbehaving. Because see what happened? You had Hardway come up in there and had to chop. You know what I'm saying? Made me have to sit down because now Hardway took over the goddamn classroom, and I'm giving him permission to do so. Because he know what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Got to give guys right information. Guys can't understand and don't learn when you don't. You have everybody telling you a bunch of shit, and next thing you know it, the game is full of nothing but chaos and fake ass dog men. You're gonna have more internet dog men, you know what I mean? And it's already turning into a fiasco because now the internet dog men are putting, they out here running their damn mouth like they they in the basement. Don't nobody know nothing about the basement. And if you did, your ass wouldn't be up here on the internet discussing it. So there's no way in the hell you're going to tell me and convince me that you're a true dogger. No. Anybody out there doing that dumb shit, like I said, if they want to find out what's going on in the basement, they're going to have to come and knock on your door. And I hope you ain't got no damn dogs. Because if they do find some dogs on your yard, guess what? Ain't nowhere in the hell. All the people that's out there doing that shit, you don't think ain't nobody gonna tell? Somebody gonna tell where they got the info from, and that's where the web begins. They start with one stupid ass, put him under pressure, to the point where he gonna give up a name, and then the next one gonna give up a name. And next thing you know it, the source don't even know it's coming. Damn shame. Everybody want to be great. Everybody want everybody to look towards them. Like that don't make no sense when you playing with somebody else's freedom. So yeah, I'm gonna say that tonight before I close out the night. This podcast here is for educational purposes and entertainment. Nobody got no business talking about nothing in today's life and world on this damn show. That's all I'm saying. It's forbidden because we don't know nothing. We don't know nothing. We don't even want to know. That's why I always talk about the night vision. If you ain't got no night vision, then that means you can't see in the dark. Then that means you ain't got no business talking about the dark. If you don't know what the hell you talking about, because how in the hell you talking about the dark and you ain't got no night vision to see in the dark? You just got to run up here running your mouth and you ain't get everybody fucked up. Because ain't nobody true soldiers anymore. Everybody telling. We didn't see Pelican. I didn't watch Pelican Bay's show. I watch him too. Somebody out there snitching. Like he said, I ain't the one doing it. He getting it out of the satellite. If it's coming through him, it's already made the news.
Hey, Mo, especially when he's sitting up there putting it out there for it to be seen. Kind of like he ain't making up the story. The story has already been told. You know what I mean?
Right, but I mean, where everybody else hates on it, I want to tell you, that's okay. I don't care about them hating on what he doing because I'm pretty sure there's some people out there that appreciate the shit. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there.
They knocked off the whole block, didn't they?
They knocked off the whole block.
The whole block.
What about the ones where they beat them to the box, put up cameras around the spot,
so they're waiting on
them. Even it was right there at the shit. That's how door greedy they was. You let the popos come in. I mean, people running, right? They running about it. Those who got away, they think they got away. Man, how you think you get away, bro, when the police was right there? He made sure they had everybody who was in that mug on camera. That's why they didn't bother chasing nobody. We got your ass on camera. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man.
Or the dude who was up there in the D.C. area when they rode down to Carolina and they all running their mouth on WhatsApp. Somebody that got busted and gave the police, the WhatsApp information, and now we got the police in the chat room while everybody in there talking about everything they shouldn't be talking about on the internet, and the police is sitting right there. All it takes is one little snitch. Boy got a case. Let the police in on his WhatsApp account and and they just sitting there monitoring it, taking the whole thing. Followed the boys from DC all the way to North Carolina.
No, what about when he came back and they knocked on the door and asked him, did he know so-and-so?
Yeah, this is a dude that didn't even have no dogs.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a dog. They knocked on his door, and after they knew this person, and he told them no, and they said okay, and they left. He thought everything was cool. If I was him, I'd have been getting on the phone, calling my boy, letting him know, hey man, look, man, they showed me a picture of your ass, cuz. What's going on? Shit, he was the first one they came back and snatched up. You ain't got no dog, but they showed him that video. Ain't that you standing right there next to him down there in North Carolina fighting at a dog fight? Yeah, that is you. Thought you said you didn't know. I told you I was going to be back. And I got charged with for being at a dog fight. That's what he was. That goes for everybody there.
No, he got charged with lying.
Oh, he did. Well,
yeah, he did.
He got charged.
I don't know if
But
he pleaded out, but I know he got charged.
If a cop asked me a question,
I
tell him no, you know what I'm saying? Then you just gonna have to prove I'm lying. And I'm not gonna sit there and I'm gonna look. If a cop asks me something and it's something that's the truth, and I'm gonna assume that he must know, then I'm gonna look at him like I'm retarded. I'm gonna look at him like I got autism or something. I'm just gonna be staring at his ass. I ain't answering shit. I got to lie because evidently you wouldn't be knocking on my door trying to ask a question. You know,
if you don't already know the answer.
The way the FBI work, they know the answer when they ask you. They want you to lie, because then they know they got you. Yeah, we got his ass. No. These dudes, that's just how it is. You out here in this world, you know how the worst thing about the dog game back in our time was what? They related dog fighting to drug dealing. You know what I mean? Everybody get busted, got a bunch of damn dogs in the backyard, the way they say it. So that gives all the people who don't sell drugs but have dogs are getting labeled as drug dealers.
But look, bro, they built a big white brick.
They sure did. They built a brick by brick. And most of them did definitely built brick by brick.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that's a good one. I like that. That's why we threw it in the song. You know what I mean? But that was part of the work. That was part of the game. It was set up to be that, and it was that. So, and it's a fact because a lot of times guys are getting picked up on drug cases and end up picking up dog fighting charges. And then they use that to put the squeeze on them, and next thing you know, everybody is down there at the jailhouse wondering what's going on.
Remember on the last show that PBK had on the news thing, they couldn't get the dude on the drug charges, so they hit him on the dog shit. And then went up in this shit and got the drugs and the guns.
Yeah. Yeah.
They ain't playing fair, man. I'm just saying.
Man, do they ever play fair? I mean, just plain and simple. I ain't never seen them play fair.
No, that's true.
Ever since DMX was on that video, baiting dogs, we were going to have a problem.
Oh, yeah.
You already know. DMX talking about grand champions and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? You done started bad, D. I was riding that bus with him. That was my man.
Snoop in his niggerino.
Yep. So he was my man. So I represented DMX just on that note. They just didn't understand what he did created a problem. Even though we was all riding high with DMX and the Rough Riders, we figured it out. That became a problem. And that was the beginning to the end of the game. Am I right though, Money?
You know it.
We started focusing in.
And then a lot of
dry snitching, but we gave up a lot of information. My man gave a lot of information, and that video didn't help. So I think that was when they started taking a closer look. And this was long before Michael Vick got snatched up. You know what I mean?
yeah. Yeah.
Well, Mike, it's almost 2:00. I'm gonna give y'all the next 10 minutes.
No.
Hey, fellas, I appreciate everybody. Look at Tony Wade pot coming through. What's up there, baby?
T Wade's in the house. What up, fam?
What's up, T? And that's Black Dragon Kennels right there, for those who don't know. That's who I was talking about. Black Dragon Kennels. He's in the room. Another great dog, man. I mean, I be hearing so many people talking about Harry Hargrove. As long as I've known Tony, and I think we've known Tony over 40 years. Am I right?
Yeah.
Down there 40 years. And he's the only person that I know for a fact, that him and Harry Hargrove was very, very, very close. You know, very, very, very close. Everybody know Harry, but I'm putting my money on this man right here, because over the last 40 years that I've known him, him and Harry was very close. I mean, close enough that they would, they all went into each other. He would go into Harry, and Harry go into him. They were doing some shit that Tom Ratliff and Gaston was doing. That's how close they was. They were putting down shit together, but then they'd turn around and go into each other. I don't hear nobody saying that part. Oh, I know Harry, but I mean, there ain't but one person I know in this room that I know. I know for a fact. Them two used to go into each other, and they used to hang out too. So I don't hear nobody saying that they know Harry and they used to go into Harry and still break bread with Harry and still be a good friend with Harry and deal with dogs together. Okay, Mr. Mack, the Moody Patrick cross. Ooh. I hear you, Robert Mack. Come on, give me some love, baby. Show me that. Show me that Moody. Show me the Moody Patrick cross. Which way you want to go with it?
How Scratcher said, pop your shit, twin. These new dog breeds away from what they trying to build. If the papers are even right from the jump.
Hey, I concur. I'm all I'm gonna say. I concur. Totally.
Dog Shay Lewis said, like on Garner's site, none of them dogs labeled with titles or wins. Either hear the whispers and keep the public confused, especially if you black.
I concur. Totally concur. Y'all should have been doing. Y'all should be doing a lot more of that. This is the wrong room to do it in, because this is not the room doing it. You know what I'm saying? We don't need these people. Ain't, you know, it's not happening in here.
Hey, the dog shit said gonna be Wildcat Jr.
Okay, you damn right on that. With another concur.
Yeah, you better have Wildcat money though. That's for sure.
You got to have that Wildcat money, because for somebody who got found guilty, look, I got found guilty and I went straight to jail. Right from the goddamn on the 2 counts of steroids and the baiting charge. No, I didn't get a chance to go home. I went to jail. Then they came and got me out. Am I right, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Then they let me go home and, you know, to my sentencing. Didn't he get charged and he go home and that man ain't turned himself into the court yet. Kind of down, what the hell? Like he said, you don't want to be no Wildcat Jr. because right now we don't even know what Wildcat Sr. even trying to do. We don't even know what he owns. We know he ain't gone. Hey, look at Tony. Tony in here talking about his old buddy. Like I said, we done known the man for over 20 years, 40 years. And look, listen to what he said. He basically saying, I be Harry with Willie, and he bought Willie that produced Hard Roast Champion Gus.
Yeah, they used to do shit like that, huh?
Y'all got me laughing at y'all now. Now y'all everybody want to become, you know what I'm saying? We got the soldiers in the house now. We got the soldiers in the house now. We got the vets in the house. They didn't take over. You know. I'm gonna go ahead and do like a real teacher do when he got, what they call them when you got them teachers in there. They got them other teachers. And when you walk out, they take over like the senior drill instructor. I'm walking out of the room. Now I got my other drill instructors taking over. Cause now they dropping bombs now. Put that one back up, Mike. The one was just there. Yeah. What up, Tony, bro? What up, Tony, bro? Then we can go back to that one.
Hold on. I'm trying to find it. Here we go. Mad Doctor.
Mad Doctor.
I'm trying to make it to the end of these comments, man. That's what I'm doing. I mean, it said Tramp Seaman, bring it back up. Bring it back. Okay. I'm still tripping on the Jeep shit.
Right.
After all these years, now all of a sudden Jeep got straws.
Yeah. Yeah. Me personally, I'm still trying to go with that the coastal central people with all them straws. I mean, it seems like every year they come up with a new dog with straws. No, I mean an old time dog. Okay, they got a new one.
Yeah. The next saga in history for these dogs is when Tom does that clone. I think he said I can't remember what dog he's trying to clone, but that's going to be something to see. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Me and you twins, and we ain't alike like that.
We're alike in many ways. We are different. Son of the tank, what's up, baby?
Curtis Parker, 212. I see you, fam.
They chopping it up like a mug. Max said, hey, breaking news, 469. You right about that one, man.
Appreciate you on that anthropology, bulldogology. I don't know, I be I'm forgetting the bulldog, but it's perfect for him. Bulldogology. It's a thank to him for the Ohio history lesson. One love.
Hey, man, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you took it like that. I really am. You know, me being a jawhead Marine, sometimes it kind of looks, it's definitely not a knife, but I'm rough on the edges. I want y'all to be, if y'all gonna put it out there because you got so many other people who want to be like you anthropology when they hear you talk because they know you know a lot. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna always have them ones out there, just gonna try to step up on that level, and if they got to step on you to make themselves seem better than you or know more than you, they gonna come at you like that. Don't take the tricks that they using on you and become one of them. And see, you show me tonight by this comment right here that you ain't one of them. So I know you didn't take me the wrong way, and you took what I said as a lesson, and I appreciate you telling me that. Thank you.
Good looking out, fellas. Okay, I'm coming down to the end. Hold on. This thing is in the way.
Yeah, man. I'm going to tell you that banjo red boy shit, man. Remember that one the bro had a North Mike?
Yeah.
The one that got stolen? Yeah, now that was the baddest banjo red boy dog. I think that dog was better than the banjo dogs, man. That dog was complete. I don't know why everybody got away from that. I mean, I think that would have been something to look into. Certain breedings that I wish I could have seen would have been more of the banjo dogs being bred to, like, they breeding banjo, the Queen of Heart. Yeah, that was all right. But if y'all gonna be banjo to the Queen, then y'all might as well should have been taking banjo to one of them champion red boy bitches. One of them all them red boy bitches. Imagine what that would have looked like. I think you should have been breeding banjo to red boy registered married bitches. Bitches that had red boy in them. Shit. Y'all really gonna get mad at me again because I'm a favorite. I'm a fan of Banjo Mayday now. I'm going with Banjo Mayday. Fuck Red Boy. We don't need no game shit. We need some of that killing shit. Take some Red Boy, mix it with that with Mayday, you got killers. Now you give me some Mayday with the Red Boy in Banjo. Oh my God. If y'all can bring Banjo to Queen, Y'all might as well breed Banjo to some Mayday shit. No? Hey, man, I'm getting ready to get some rest, fam. I'm getting ready to get some rest. Hey, man, we got to hook up. You give me a call, Tony, if you're still out there, man. I see that. I got your number. I'm going to check in. If you got the number changed, then, you're going to have to tag me up and let me know so we can get back on track.
He said you heard the chat was there a recent bus in North Carolina. I think it was.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some shit happened down there. Down there, Mike. Down there close to Kempton, K-Town. Down in that area. Down there close to Lumberland area. You know.
Big salute to you, Tony.
Loose lips sink ships.
All right, Mo, let me clear this up, man.
Okay, man.
My shout out to my man, Tony.
I'm going to go ahead and mute so I don't have to keep diving in on your parade, man. Go ahead and get your thumbs up and all that good stuff, man. Get some music going up in here.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, appreciate y'all for hanging out with me on this Tuesday night. You know how we usually do this. Hey, man, come on, y'all. To all my bulldoggers, salute the workers, man. Salute the workers, man. Salute the workers of the history of the American Pit Bull Terrier. Give me some goddamn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Now give them some damn muscles, muscles, muscles. Hey, now give your damn self and the bulldog a pass. They damn roses, roses. They need your damn roses.
Show the love, show the love,
show the love, man.
Man, I need y'all to hit that. I need y'all to hit that keypad, man. I need to see that shit on the keypad now. There you go. We got another Super Kennel man in the house. Now I got a Super Kennel. I got all the great boys up in this house tonight.
I got Tony Way and for a lot of them days.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Super Kennels. Hey man, y'all show some love, man. Show some love.
I mean, if they can throw it, man, y'all better get in there with them legends, man, and throw that love, man. What's wrong with y'all? If they can throw it, what's wrong with y'all? There you go. I see, baby. Good night, man. I see. Hey, P, get back in touch with me, man. Don't forget. You got my number. At least send me a text. We gotta hook up, man. I told you, man. We gotta hook up. No, not the J-Bo.
Oh, this is not J-Bo.
No, we got
J-Bo's in there.
We might have to start charging people to be sitting up in here spending the night with all these damn legends, man. You know what I'm saying?
2 o'clock in the morning. What
2 o'clock in the morning, I got a room full of goddamn legends up in here. And we got the legends spitting out roses. And we got 42 people in the room, and I don't see this damn thing moving, Mike.
Hey, man, just them doing it is enough for me.
Yeah, that's all I need.
I mean, that right there, that's fam right there.
That's fam right there.
Fam gonna show up. Always in the end. They let you know, I'm here. I'm still here.
Right. Real.
Appreciate that,
Appreciate that, y'all.
That's them real workers.
Them real workers. Them real workers. Salute the workers. Ain't that big hill to be saying that, right?
Toyo. Yeah.
Toyo. I'm taking your words tonight, baby. Salute the workers.
Salute the workers, baby.
Big shout out. That's the way you say it. That's the way you do it, baby.
Have some respect on their names. That's all I'm saying. Fellas.
Oh, yeah.
In these last couple shows, we were actually basically just taking you on something that you got to be there to understand it, But do we try to take you back there just to show you? Because ain't nothing you can go back there and really change. And you ain't really got to believe what you're seeing. But without that, reality check, we talk about a lot of these dogs. We talk about a lot of these dog men. That's the history of the game. I ain't never seen nobody talk about anything as far as history, and everybody was going to agree with what the hell it consisted of. Like, some people say, black people was okay with slavery. I'm not one of them, but I've heard them say it. Oh, I don't put nothing by nobody when it comes to what you think and how you think. But, man, the reality of it all going to come down based on the work that you put in. You know what I'm saying? Because truth going to be told. And that's one thing I can tell you about that damn history back in the day. Truth going to be told. As long as your ass is willing to stand over there before the night over, truth will be told. Now, they're going to tell a whole lot of stories about how we got to this point. But one damn thing for sure, you better make sure I was on top the whole damn time. Give them for 10 minutes. Tell it like it is. But that's the great thing about being around a lot of dogs and a lot of dog men. You get a chance to really appreciate. You can't help but appreciate that work when you see it. You can't help but want to be like that. I wish I had one like that. Okay, why one? They wasn't satisfied with one. None of the people we talk about ever was satisfied with one. They made it a point to have many. And the only way they was going to get there, they checking their shit. And that's how I'm going to leave this show. You know what I mean? Because to establish a bloodline, it better be a damn good working one. Because anything other than that, papers ain't going to get it. Just some writing on a piece of paper. And I ain't never known us to have just writing on a piece of paper. None of them to have just writing on a piece of paper. Why are we talking about them? Because they're more than just writing on a piece of goddamn paper.
We're talking about great dog men in this room who has done it. I'm not the only one. They history makers. They can tell you better than me. For real. But at least I'm in the graces of having them in my room, which is an honor and a privilege, and we'll hope y'all continue coming, because y'all know it feels good to sit back and talk about them old days. Y'all know it. Y'all know that water, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't smoke crack no more. You know what I'm saying? But it draws me to it. You know what I mean? When it comes to these dogs, I was acting like a crack. I don't smoke crack no more. But I guess what? I will sit there and reminisce back into them days in a minute. Yes, I will. And I see y'all feel the same way. That's why y'all come and kick it with me, and I appreciate that. So, big shout out to all y'all big veterans, man.
And then I'm gonna end the show with this one right here. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and they still with us, Mo. And you know what they doing? They always. When it comes down to these bulldogs, they gonna always scratch the wound.
Much love, fellas.
Much love to you, fellas. Hey, man, we'll see y'all Friday if God permits. You know what I'm saying? Until then, y'all stay safe.
Better know my head, but I don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Most wanted kennels in the spotlight, danger alert, come with the name. Super kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street, ain't no fairy tales. This that real y'all grit. Don't Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in y'all, let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah, the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same ground, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legs in the doom, behind set tone. Locked tight, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on, man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal game deal, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down, ram in the dark. DSK and Mad Ohio dog, pound by hard when they hit. Praise to the men who rock this shit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Yeah, they live it.
Fat boy the legend, Bill Buster, real strong, Southern bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends. Everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it.
Every name on this track got a story that's lit.
Don't talk about it, be about it.
Call this some legendary pit bullshit, 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 pit bullshit.
We in the trenches, feel that hunger in the air. Yeah. Welcome to the yard. If you're tough, you can stare. Yeah, welcome to the yard. Where the chain spots shine, bloodlines run deep, every pedigree's prime. The game APBT, worldwide pride. You come correct or stay the hell outside, legacy made. We grind, we hustle. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike locked in the scuffle. Yeah, we run the yard, iron fists and grit. When the sun comes up, no, we never gon' quit. Udo and Devo, legends carved in stone. Patrick Bolio made the yard they home. Tanned in yellow, they whisper through the trees. Echoes of greatness, feel that legacy breeze. Going hard, going hard. Yeah, we run this yard, nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodline stack heavy, 52 way so strong in this dog eat dog world. We know where we belong. The yard where greatness prevails. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. All on the fucking deal. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. Tails in the dirt. Every chain spot turn. Lessons learned hard. Like the scars we earn. No shortcuts taken. Champions ain't bought. Just blood and sweat. This legacy taught. From Mayday to Ace. Buck to G. Every warrior counts. We ain't losing no sleep. Heat like a furnace. Knowledge is the key. In the yard we trust. We got the pedigree. Feel the intensity, blaze in the fight. In the shadows of the yard, we rewrite the night. From the ring to the chain, we like kings cut out. Mo and Mike, every victory's what we shout. Going hard, going hard. Yeah, we run this yard, nothing but the best. We don't play it all, bloodline stacked heavy, 52 way so strong in this dog eat dog world. We know where we belong, the yard in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history made y'all in the dirt. Knowledge and hard work, it's how history baked. Yeah, legacy in the dirt. Yeah, feel that fame. The game APBT. Remember the name. So step back if you can't handle the heat. The yard's going hard. Put the game on repeat. It's Mo and Mike. Kings in this game, going hard. Kennels forever ain't the same, nigga.